Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. Hopefully you all had a good Christmas and a happy new year. In this video, we're going to be building out 3 HTML, CSS, and JavaScript projects. So here's the first project we're going to be creating, which is this portfolio website. Here's the hero section. We got a small about section here where we can download our resume. We got a section to showcase all of our skills, our previous work history and education. We also got a project section where we can filter out through all of our projects. And last but not least, a contact form. Next project is this note-taking app, and it's a really good way to learn JavaScript CRUD operations. So let's go ahead and post a note. And we can refresh the page, and it's still there because it's saved inside of our local storage. So we have the options to edit the post or delete the post. So let's go ahead and edit. And I'm gonna change the font size to 25. Make it bold and italic. And also change the text color to red. And click on post note. And as you can see, those changes has been made. So let's go ahead and delete the post now. Last but not least, we're gonna be creating this nice looking landing page with the modal pop-up. So let's get started. So we're going to create an index.html, and we're going to be using JavaScript, so app.js. And normally you would just create a file, styles.css, but we're actually going to create a folder called styles because we're going to have multiple style sheets. I just find it so much easier just creating multiple style sheets for each section instead of having one huge CSS file. So in here, let's go ahead and start with our first one. We're going to do a main.css, and we're going to close that folder. And we're also going to have another folder, and this is going to be called assets. This is where all of our images are going to go. And I believe that is it for now. Let's head over to our index.html and do a little boilerplate. You can just do an exclamation point and just press enter, and then we have this here. For the title, you can just do your name. I'm just gonna do John Doe portfolio. All right, and nothing for the body yet. We can actually start this up. We're gonna go ahead and open it up in live server, and this is an extension it's gonna open up in another browser. Okay, there we go. So this is an extension for VS Code. I believe it's just called live server. Got a bunch of extensions here. Oh, there it goes, live server. There we go. So make sure you guys install this extension. I'm sure most of you guys already have this extension if you're a developer. But yeah, definitely download this. Comes in handy. So we have our site up and running. So let's head back over to our, let's close out of this, and let's go to main.css. And we're gonna do some quick styling right quick. But actually, before we do that, let's head over to our Google Fonts, and we're gonna install our font first. So the font we're gonna be using is Roboto. So head over to fonts.google.com and type in Roboto. And go ahead and click on that. And we'll be using 100, 400, and 500. 400 and 500, and also 700. Sorry. Click on that, and I always do the import. So click on import and just copy this code like that. And then inside of the main CSS, we're just gonna go ahead and paste that at the top of it. So let's go do some general styling. And this is where all our general styling gonna go inside of our main.css. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do a box size and border box. Border box. I'm gonna do a padding of 0. I'm gonna do a margin of 0. And we're also gonna do a font family. I'm gonna do Roboto, comma, sans serif. Like that. All right. And we also going to do a HTML. I'm gonna do a scroll behavior of smooth. because whenever we click on our link, we want the scroll to be smooth. And we're going to target all the LIs. We're going to do a list style of none. And we're going to target all of the HA tags. I'm going to do a text decoration of none. And also a color of inherit. Inherit. I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. Alright, and then we're going to do a button. For all our buttons, we're going to do an outline of none. And we're also going to do a border of none. And oh, I'm thinking this is Tailwind. I used way too much Tailwind. A border of none. If anything, though, I can say this: Tailwind really taught me a lot about CSS. I know they say you probably should be using, you know, regular CSS if you want to learn it, but to be honest, Tailwind taught me a lot about regular CSS. We're gonna do a background of inherit, and now we're gonna do a container. Container. I'm gonna do a width of 90%, a margin of 0, and then auto. A max width of 1400 pixels, and we also gonna do a height of 100%. This is just container class that we can just use on all of our reusable container class that we can just use on all of our sections. And now we're also going to have a article. We'll grab all the article. We're going to have some articles in here. We're going to do a padding of 20 pixels, 0. I'm going to do a display, flex. No flex direction of column. I don't know why this isn't auto-completing. I'm gonna do a gap of 10 pixels, and we also gonna do a border bottom of solid 1 pixel, and the color is gonna be DAD 9D9. All right. So that is it for now. So that's our general styling. Like I said, we're gonna have multiple CSS files. So whenever we start the Navbar, we're gonna create another one. But for now, let's head over to the index.html. And there are a few packages that we essentially want to add to our project. And the first one, let me head over here. The first one is gonna be called Ion Icons. So ionic.io, that's the website. So I think you head over to usage and you just copy this here, copy that, and we're going to paste it at the top inside of our head, paste it right underneath this meta, and then save it. So essentially we have that installed now. And there's another one called typed.js, like that. And I believe we head to here, and I think we click on view on GitHub. There we go. So we got to copy this here, and this is basically typing and deleting text. It makes it so much easier to add to your project. In my opinion, it's really easy to add, so I would definitely highly recommend this instead of creating it from scratch. I'm gonna do a type.js, add that in, and then put the script tag at the top. So those are the packages that all the packages that we need. Let's go ahead and link our style sheet. So the only thing we have to link is our main one. And do a link, rel style sheet, and then the href is going to be /styles/main CSS. Let me take one of these slashes off. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out and make sure everything is connected. Let's do a h1 and let's do hello world, and let's head over to our main. I'm gonna grab all the h1 and do color blue, or yeah, blue. Let's head over to our, okay, perfect. So it's working. All right, so let's go and get rid of that. And I believe that is it for now. Actually, let's go ahead and download all of our images. So in the description, I have a download link for all of the site images. So go ahead and download that and add each image to your assets folder. Okay, so now that you have all of the images downloaded, let's go ahead and start the navbar. So head over to HTML and let's go ahead and start this. So inside of the body, first let's go ahead and remove this H1, and in here we're going to have a header, and inside of this header we're going to have a nav, and the role for this nav is going to be navigation, and it's going to aria label, and it's going to be navigation. I tried to add some accessibility to this project. Like I said, I'm still learning accessibility myself. Most devs that I've watched and tried to follow tutorials with, they don't really add accessibility to their website. So I'm trying to stand out a little bit and start adding it to my projects. So this project has some accessibility, and it's not the best, but it is some. And like I said, I'm still learning. So let's go ahead and add a div inside of here, and this div is going to have a class name, or a class. I'm not using React. Have a class of container and also navbar, and that's just our container class that we made inside of our main. And inside this div we're gonna have a h1, and it's gonna have your name. I'm just gonna use John Doe. I'll add a little dot. I think the dot looks so much better after it. And then we have a UL, make some space there. Have a UL, and the class is going to be nav menu. Okay. And inside this nav menu, we're gonna have a li, and we're gonna wrap it. Inside here, we're gonna have an a tag, and the first one is gonna be home. So home right here. Go ahead and copy this and paste it 4 more times. 2, 3, 4. It's going to switch up everything. So the next one's going to be about. The third one's going to be resume. And the fourth is going to be projects. And then contact. That's going to switch up the IDs. This one's going to be about. Resume, projects, and contact. Okay, nice. So there we go. And then our containers, see it got that margin on the left, and it should have margin on the right as well. So that's our nav links. So underneath this UL, we're gonna have a button. And in here is going to be our hamburger menu. So for the button, let's have some space there. This is going to have an aria label, and it's going to be toggle menu, or you could just do toggle mobile menu like that. And the class is going to be hamburger. We're going to create our own icon here, and we're going to have a span. Nothing inside of the span. However, the class name for the class is going to be bar. All right, it's going to copy this, and we're going to paste it 2 more times. Okay, and with that, our nav is complete. Well, not well. The HTML is complete. So let me actually put a comment here, and we're just gonna do nav bar. So make some space there. I like making my comments super long, like that. All right, perfect. This is our navbar. All right, so let's go ahead and create our style sheet for this navbar. So we're gonna do a navbar.css. And you're probably wondering how we only imported the main CSS here. So how will the styles get picked up inside of our project? So to do it, all you have to do is head over to Navbar CSS, our main CSS. And you can either do it underneath or on top of the font. But you want to essentially just do import. And you should have like a snippet. So import URL. And here you just do a /navbar. So now all of our styles is going to be connected. And we don't have to import each style sheet inside of our HTML file. We're just importing them all inside of our main CSS. So now for our Navbar styling, let me go ahead and open it up. I forgot to open it up. Styles and Navbar. All right, so we're gonna grab the nav, and the background color is going to be transparent. Position is going to be fixed. Our width is going to be 100%. A Z index is going to be 999, on the top of 0 and a left of 0. And we're also going to add a padding of 1 rem 0, like that. All right, so you shouldn't really see no changes. Just maybe a little bit of padding. That's the padding coming from right here. And now we're going to grab the Navbar class, and we're going to do a display of flex. Justify content space between, and I'm going to do a line item center. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, you're probably wondering like why the links are right here. Is because we have that div, our hamburger menus right here that we didn't create yet. So it's kind of picking that up inside of our flex. So that's why the nav links are right here in the middle. So I'm going to do a nav menu, and we're going to do a display flex, a gap of 3 rem, and also a line item center. Take a quick look. Nice. Those are our nav links. And now we're going to grab all of our LIs. So we're going to do a nav menu and grab LI. And we're just going to change the font size to 14 pixels. And we're going to change the color of the text. Actually, let's leave the color black for now, because we don't have our image in the background, but the color is going to be white. Actually, what we can do for now is actually do this. Let's set a background transparent. Let's do a background of black, like that. Or maybe color we can see the black onto. Let's do a background like gray. Yeah, gray. Okay, so let's go and change our color for this. 14 pixels, and we're gonna do a color of white. All right, and we also want to grab our Navbar H1, which is our logo. Navbar, I'm gonna do H1, and in here we're gonna do a color of white, and the font size is going to be 28 pixels, like that. Get a quick look. Nice. All right, so right underneath this, where we grab in the LIs, this is where we're going to start creating our mobile menu icon. We're going to grab bar, which is the span, and we're going to give it a background color of white. All right, and we're going to do a display of block. And we're going to do a width of 23 pixels, and we got to give it a height of 3 pixels, or 2 pixels, sorry. And let's take a quick look. As you can see, it's like a little bar right there. But now here's where the magic happens. So once we add this margin, we're gonna do a margin of 5 pixels, and we're also gonna do auto. So now once we do that, now we have a hamburger menu. So right underneath here, we're also gonna add a transition, because we're gonna make this animate a little bit. We're gonna have to transform it to an X. So we're gonna have a transition. We're gonna do all 0.3 seconds and do ease in and out like that. All right, so you won't see anything now. We didn't add JavaScript yet. And now we're gonna grab the hamburger. So this is the div. This is the parent div, and we're just gonna change this to display none because we only wanted to show on mobile. And we also gonna give this a z index of 999 like that. Nice. All right. Now I believe that's it for now. Actually, let's go ahead and add our media query, and then we're gonna go do some JavaScript for this. So underneath this hamburger, we have a media query, and we're gonna do add media only screen and max width, and we're gonna grab 768 pixels. All right, so in here, a bunch of styling. So first one we're gonna do is we want the hamburger menu to obviously be visible, so we're gonna do a display block. All right, and we want the nav menu to be position fixed. And so let's see this. We can actually see this in action. Let's go to inspect, and we're going to change it to, let's do 766 pixels. So as you can see, once we come down, our hamburger menu shows. So now we need to move our nav menu to the right position. So we're gonna do a top of 0, a right of 0, a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and we do a flex direction column, and do a line item center. We're gonna do a background color of black. Give it a padding of 20 pixels, top and bottom, 0 left and right. And we're gonna do a z index of 10. We also can give this a transition of just 0.3 seconds. We can also do 0.3 seconds, and we can do ease in and out. And we also give it a gap of 5 rem and a padding top of 6 rem. Let's take a quick look. All right, cool. I don't think it did. I do flex direction. Oh, I spelled column wrong. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, hold on. All right, so there we go. That's our menu right there. So that's how it looks on mobile whenever it's open. And obviously we want the hamburger menu to become an X. So let's go ahead. So underneath here, we're going to make it turn into an X. Trying to see how I can demonstrate this without doing a JavaScript. Maybe we can just grab, so what we can do is just do this. So let's do a hamburger. And what we're gonna do is do dot hamburger, and then we're gonna do dot bar. And we grab the inf child of 2. And we're gonna make that opacity 0. Okay, let's take a quick look, see if that's working. So that got rid of the middle one. And now we're gonna do a dot hamburger and do dot bar. And we're gonna grab the inf child of 1. So we're grabbing the first one, and we're gonna do a transform, translate 8 pixels, and do a rotate of 45 degrees. Like that. Let's take a quick look. That made like a little, made it slanted a little bit. And what we could do is just copy this, paste it again, and now we're going to grab the third child. And instead of doing translate 8 pixels, we're going to do a translate of -6 pixels, and also do a -45 degrees. Let's see how that looks, make sure. So that didn't work right. All right, so my apologies. Here, instead of translate, you got to do translate Y. And also here, we're going to do a translate of Y as well. And you can change this to -6 pixels. And hopefully this makes an X. Nice. Then we got our X. So this is whenever the hamburger menu is active. So we're going to head over to our JavaScript now. We'll head over to your app.js. And now we're going to make some JavaScript. We'll create some JavaScript. I'm going to open it up here. And here, so I'm just going to go ahead and make a comment. This is going to be Navbar because we're going to have a lot of JavaScript in this project. So we're going to do Navbar. And here, let's go ahead and grab everything. So we're going to grab our hamburger. Const hamburger. And this is going to equal document.query selector. And we can do that. And we're going to grab our hamburger. Alright, and now we're going to grab our nav menu, onto nav menu, and this is going to equal document.query selector dot nav dash menu. Alright, and let me just go ahead and copy these over. So we're going to grab our body, and we're also going to grab our nav links. You can ignore this body one for now. Actually, we're gonna do this now too. Might as well, since we're doing a nav bar. So we're going to use this body because whenever we open up the nav menu, we don't want to allow scrolling because it just looks weird in my opinion. So we're going to cancel scroll whenever the nav menu is open. So right underneath all of this, we're going to create our function. So we're going to do a hamburger. Actually, we're just going to add an event listener to our hamburger menu. And we're listening out for a click. And make sure you add a comma here. And we're going to do an arrow function. And in here, we're going to do a hamburger menu. Hamburger. We're going to do .classlist, .toggle. And we're going to toggle the active state. So we haven't created this class yet. And we're also going to do it for nav menu as well. Nav menu, .classlist, .toggle. Active as well. And then here we're going to do a body .classlist .toggle, and I named this one no dash scroll, like that. So we're going to create this class inside of our CSS. And now down here we're also going to have a function to close the menu. So we're going to do a function. You can make this an arrow function if you want. I'm going to do close menu. And in here, we're going to do a hamburger .classlist remove. I'm going to remove our active class. And then same here. I'm just going to go ahead and just copy these two, paste them here. So instead of toggle, we're just going to remove all of these. Remove and remove. Okay. And now we're going to need, we're going to do a for each loop. So we're going to do a .nav links, for each, grab a link. And in here, we're going to do a link. Add event listener, and we're listening out for a click, and we want our close menu icon to fire whenever we click the links. There we go. Perfect. All right, so that is a JavaScript for the nav bar. Obviously nothing's going to work because we don't have our active classes in here. So head back over to the CSS. And now we get to play around with some active states. So down here, what we're gonna do is instead of dot, we're gonna add an active class to each one of these. So it's gonna be dot hamburger dot active. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna paste it for both of these like that. So it's gonna be dot active. So we're gonna save that. Once we click, nothing happens. Going to refresh. Okay, I get it now. I get what's happening. So now for our nav menu, so we want it to basically disappear. So we're gonna do right underneath here, we're gonna do a left of negative 100% like that. So now it's gone. Okay, and let's see, left 100%. Oh, I get what's happening now. Inside of our index, we need to add our JavaScript file. So right underneath this header, so inside of the body, we're just going to do a script, and I believe we do a src, and it's going to be ./app.js, and I'm not sure if it's self-closing or not, but let's try it. And let's see if it works. There we go. Nice. So you see it turns to an X when we click. Perfect. And let's head back over to our Navbar. And now we need to make an active state for our nav menu. Because if you head over to the app.js, we got, whenever we click on the hamburger menu, we're adding a active class on our nav menu. So we want the active class to basically be left of 0. So whenever we click this, our menu appears. Because right now, we check this, our nav bar is left negative 100%. So now we're gonna do a nav menu dot active, and we're just gonna do a left of 0. Save that. Now once we click, our menu appears, and there we go. All right, so let's go ahead and start our hero section. All right, so we're underneath our nav bar. So underneath this header, we're gonna have a main, and in here, let me just write a comment real quick. This is going to be hero section. All right, and in here, let's go ahead and do a section. This section is going to have an ID of home and a class of hero. And in here, we're going to have a div with a class of, this will be our hero overlay. So nothing inside of this div. And we have another div underneath here. And it's going to have a class of our container and hero content. Inside this div, we're going to have another div. And this is going to have a class of hero dash text. So inside of this hero text, we're going to have an h2. And we're just going to have an ID of typed text, because we're using this type JS that we installed. So we're nothing inside of here. Just gonna leave it empty for now. Underneath this div, I'm gonna create another div, and this one is going to have a class of hero dash socials, and also an ARIA label of social media links. All right, so in here we're gonna have a tag, and the href is just gonna lead nowhere because it's just gonna be one of our social media links. And the first one is going to have an ARIA label of Twitter link, and inside of this a tag, we're actually gonna use one of these ion icons We'll head over here, icons, and you just type in Twitter. There we go. Just copy that in here, and then inside of this A tag, going to paste that in there. All right. Take a quick look. See if we see anything. We don't see nothing. Okay. Let's see. It was. Okay. That's weird. Logo, icons. All right. And what we're going to do is actually just copy this A tag. And we're going to paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And we're just going to switch up some things. So the next one, we're going to do GitHub, link. And instead of logo Twitter, we're just going to do logo GitHub. The next one I did LinkedIn. And you guys don't have to do these exact ones. And we're gonna do LinkedIn. And the next one I did Facebook. And it's logo Facebook. Nice. Okay. And with that, I believe we are done with the HTML for our hero section. So let's go ahead and create our hero styles sheets. So here I'm gonna do a hero CSS, and before we do anything, we got to import it here. So for import, we got to do @import URL. We can do /hero CSS. All right, perfect. And now let's go and write some CSS for our hero section. First thing we're going to grab is the hero. So .hero. And we do a position of relative, a height of 100 VH, and we're gonna have a background to it. We're gonna do background. We're gonna do a URL, and this is just going to be assets /hero JPG. As you can see, showed up, and we're gonna do a background size of cover, and we're also going to give it a Z index of 1, and we also do a background attachment of fixed. Okay, there we go. I'm still wondering why we don't see those links. I mean those social icons. So let's head over to our Navbar and let's go ahead and change this back to transparent so we can be finished with that. And there we go. Oh, I see the links here right there. Okay. I'm glad I did that. I would have been figuring out why I don't see them. All right, cool. So that's that. And now we're gonna grab our hero content. Actually, let's go to overlay first. So the hero overlay is just gonna be, as you can see, like you can't really see the logo, or you can't really see the nav links. So this overlay just provides like a filter for our background. So I'm gonna do .hero overlay, and we're gonna do a position of absolute, a width of 100%, a height of 100%, a background color of black, do a top of 0, a left of 0, and a Z index of 1. So with that, everything turns black. So to play around with it, you can just hover over this color and change the opacity like this, and then save it. As you can see, it's a little darker. You can see the text and links now. But I found one that was perfect for me, so I'm gonna do pound, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5E. That color there. Let me do that. There we go. Perfect. So now it's a little bit darker here, and you can see the links and the hero logo now. That's the overlay. So now let's go ahead and grab the hero content. And we're gonna do a display of flex, a gap of 2 rem, a gap 2 rem, do a flex direction column, do a line item center, a justify content of center, a position of relative, a z-index of 2, and then we also want to change the text color of everything inside to white. There we go. Now it's centered. Nice. Now we're gonna grab the hero text. We're gonna do hero dash. I'm trying to think if we should do this now. Let's not do that now, because I want to go ahead and add the JavaScript for the typing and deleting text. But let's go ahead and style up these social icons right quick before we do that. Let's do hero dash socials and do a display of flex, align item center, and then a gap of 20 pixels. All right, and we want them to be a little bit bigger as well. So let's go ahead and grab hero socials and grab the ion dash icon, and we're gonna change the background color to white. All right, and we're gonna change the color to black and give it a padding of 8 pixels, a border radius of 100%, and we're gonna change the font size to 18 pixels. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and go over to our JavaScript, and now we're about to do this typing and deleting text. Like I said, this is all from type.js, so the package that we installed inside of our header, outside of the head of our document, which is this here. So you want to have version 2.016, which I believe is the newest one. All right, head back over to app, and right underneath here I'm gonna do another comment, and it's just gonna be typing deleting text. All right, so we're gonna do a function, and we're gonna do init type text. In here we're gonna do a const options, and we're gonna add our strings in here. So we're gonna do strings. This is basically telling it what you want it to say. So we want it to say hello, comma, I'm, and you obviously put your name. So we do John Doe, and we do comma, and then we also want it to say a, so this is the first string it's going to say. So it's going to type this, then delete it, and then next string is going to be a software engineer, comma, and the next one is from New York, like that. All right, we got a comma there, and we also got a comma after our string array as well. And now you just it's a bunch of options. All of this is inside of the type.js docs. So we're gonna do a type speed. You want the type speed to be 50, and it's all in milliseconds too, so it's 50 milliseconds. And we want the back speed to be 30, comma, wait, I think I'm doing something wrong here. Hold on. Actually no, I think we're good. So back speed 30. I'm gonna do a back delay of 1000. I'm gonna do a start delay of 500, and we're gonna do a loop of true. All right, and make sure you add a comma there. All right, and right underneath here, we're gonna do a const typed, and this is just gonna equal new typed. I'm gonna do type dash text. That's the ID that we did. So type dash text. So that's the ID that we put on our H2. If you guys don't remember, and we're gonna have our options. So these are our options. And now underneath here, we just gotta call the function. We're gonna do is just do init type text like that. All right. So with that, oh, it's working. Oh, okay, because I put the ID on it already. I was wondering why. All right, so there we go. Just like that, you have typing and deleting text. You don't have to write a whole page of JavaScript. I did it before. I want to say I did it on 3 projects where I actually created this from scratch, but I just find it so much easier. A couple lines of JavaScript and you got typing and deleting text. Nice. And we can actually style this up a bit. So let's head over to our hero. And we're going to grab the hero text. Hero dash text. I'm gonna do a display of flex like that. Let me see what happens. So as you can see, you see the cursor moved to the end. That's what we want. Now we're gonna do a hero content. Hero content. I'm gonna grab that H2, and we want that to be a font size of 60 pixels. All right, and I'm gonna save that. Nice. But as you can see, the cursor isn't the same size. So to grab that cursor, only thing you have to do is do typed dash cursor. It took me a while to get this. I had to look it up on Google. And we're gonna do a font size of 60 pixels. And we also gonna do an opacity of 1. So now our cursor should be the same size as our text. And I believe that is it for this section. Let's see, probably can add a media query actually. Let's go ahead and see how everything looks on mobile. As you can see, it's a little bit too big on mobile. So let's go and add a media query. Let's do add media, only screen, and max dash width. And we're gonna do 650 pixels. And we're gonna do hero content. Grab that H2 and let's change the font size to just 30 pixels. And now that we changing the font size of the H2, we also got to change the cursor. We do type cursor and we do a font size of 30 pixels and opacity 1. Okay, nice. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. All right, I'm gonna close out those. And now let's go ahead and start the next section. All right, so the next section is the about section. I'm gonna go ahead and close out all this stuff first and just open up my index.html. So right underneath this hero section, still inside of the main, we're gonna have an about section. And this is going to be our about section. All right, we're going to start typing some stuff up. So it's going to be a section, and this is going to have a class of about and an ID of about. And in here we have a div with a class of container. And we have an H1, no class on the H1. We're gonna have I'm, and we're gonna do strong. We're gonna do your name, John Doe. Strong. So I'm John Doe, and I'm a. And we do another strong tag. a full stack engineer. See how that looks? On the rush. Okay, I'd get it. All right, perfect. So that's good. We're gonna style this up in CSS. And then right underneath this H1, we have a div. And this div is just gonna have a class of about-info. And you have a p tag in here. And I just wrote up some lorem. I'm just gonna go and copy it. Make sure you type up a descriptive about yourself. Descriptive paragraph about yourself. Right underneath this p tag and right underneath this div, we're gonna have a button. And this button is going to have a class of about button and an ARIA label. ARIA label of download resume button. Then inside this, we're just gonna have download resume. And then right after this, we have an ion icon. It's just going to be, the name is going to be download icon. I'm just going to copy it from here. So it's going to be ion icon and the name is download outline, sorry. And we're also going to have ARIA label, ARIA hidden of true. We're going to save this. See, there we go. We got it there. So that is it. That is it with the HTML for our about section. Let's go ahead and create our styles for it. About.css and head over to our main, and we're going to import it here. /about. Perfect. All right. So let's start writing some CSS for this. Not too much CSS for this one. So we're just going to do about, and we want the padding to be 5 rem top and bottom, 0 left and right, and we also want the text align to be center. All right, and we got that nice padding, and we're gonna grab that H1, so about H1, and we're gonna do a font weight of 100 and a font size of 40 pixels, and also a text transform of uppercase. Nice. So the ones that got our strong tag around it is still bold, which is good. That's what we want. So it's going to grab the paragraph, so about P, and we want the font size. Font size. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Font size. Oh. Look at that. I'll put an array. Alright, font size to be 18 pixels. And we want the color to be RGB 97, 95, 95. Grayish color. Gray color. Perfect. And we want the line height to be 2. And we're going to do a max width of 80% and a margin of 0 auto. Nice. Perfect. And let's see. Now we're going to up here. Let's grab the about dash info. And we're going to do a display of flex and a gap of 20 pixels and a margin of 40 pixels, 0. Like that. Perfect. All right. And right underneath this about, let's do our button. So about dash button. Do a padding of 1 rem, to rim, and a background of 222, a color of white, a border of none. Using too much tailwind. It's messing with my head, man. Border of none, and do a border radius of 10 pixels, and a font size of 14 pixels, and then a cursor pointer. Like that. Let's take a quick look. There we go. And let's add a little hover effect to this button. So about button, hover, and do a background color of black, and then we're gonna do a transition of 0.5 seconds, ease in and out. I mean, hover, it gets darker. Let's do 0.3 seconds. I think that's a little bit way too long. All right, perfect. All right, so that is our about section. I believe next is our skills section. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so inside of our HTML, underneath this section tag, I'll make another comment, and this is going to be our skills section. All right, and we're going to have a section with a class of skills and also an ID of skills. And have an H1, and inside this H1 we're just going to do a just a few of my, and do a strong tag skills. You can just do like this. I believe we make it uppercase inside of our CSS. All right, so here we have a div, and we have a class of container, and also a class of skill dash grid. And here, this is where all our skills are gonna go. So we're gonna do a div, and this is gonna have a class of skill, and we're gonna have an ion dash icon, and the name is going to be logo dash react, and the class is going to be skill dash icon, and we also give it an aria hidden of true. Okay. All right, take a quick look. We're not going to see anything. And so right underneath this icon, I'm going to have an H3. And this is just going to say React, like that. And then this, under that, we're going to have a P. And this is just going to have some lorem. Maybe write a little description on your skills in React or whatever your skills are. Okay, we have an error here. Let's see. Something that we're missing. Let's see if we can find it. So I got icon div. That's closing. Name. Oh, okay. It's two things here, like that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that is one of our skill things. So let's go ahead and just style this up now. So we're gonna make a skills.css. Go to the main, add import / skills.css. Okay, let's go ahead and start styling this up a bit. We're gonna grab skills, And this is going to have a background color of RGB 242, 241, and 241. Like that. Alright, let's take a quick look. A nice little gray color. And we're also going to give it a padding of 5 rem, 0, a color 333, and I'm also going to do a text align center. Perfect. And now it's going to grab our h1.skills, h1, a font weight of 100, font size of 40 pixels, a text transform, uppercase, and also a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Nice. Alright, so under H1, we're gonna grab our skill grid, skill-grid, and we're gonna do a display of grid. Do grid template columns of repeat 4, comma, min max 0, comma, 1 FR, like that. Alright. And underneath here, we're going to give it our grid a gap of 20 pixels. Alright, so underneath this grid, we're going to grab our individual skills. We're going to do dot skill, do display of flex, a flex direction, flex direction of column, justify center, justify content center, and align item center, a text align center, a padding of 2 rem, a gap of 20 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels, background color is going to be white, and we're also going to have a box shadow that I'm not about to type this thing. I got this off a generator, a box shadow generator. Or actually, I think I actually got this off of Tailwind box shadow. Yeah, so if you type in Tailwind box shadow on Google and just head over to here, and they have some box shadows. So this is one from Tailwind that I normally use. Let's see which one it is. 04 pixel. So it's this one, Shadow MD. So just copy over that here because it's pretty complicated. All right, perfect. Let's take a quick look at this. I'm gonna close out of this, and there we go. We got our thing there. Let's go and grab a few more things. I'm gonna grab our skill icon, and we're gonna change the font size to 40 pixels. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and add the rest of our skills. All we have to do is head over to our index, and from this div, we're just going to copy this, and we're going to paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Now we should have 4 skills there, and we just got to change up the content in it. So I believe I did HTML. Let me scroll up and see where I'm at here. So instead of logo React, I did logo HTML5, and then changed this to HTML5. And then the next one was CSS3. So logo CSS3. I think it's all uppercase if you're adding the same ones. And I'm gonna do CSS3, and then the next one was JavaScript. So logo JavaScript, and then here I'm gonna change this to JavaScript. All right. So that logo didn't work. Oh, I forgot the A. Nice. So that is our hero section, but let's go and check mobile, see how this looks. Whoa, that don't look good at all. So let's head back over to our skills and let's do a media query. And we're actually gonna do a few media queries for this one. So we're gonna do at media only screen and max width is going to be 992 pixels. And we just want our skill grid to be, we could just go up here and copy this. Copy this grid template columns, paste it down here. But instead of repeat 4, we're going to repeat 2. All right, get a quick look. As you can see, that's perfect. But if we keep going, still looks weird. So now we need another media query. So let's just copy this. And we're going to paste it again. And now we're going to do 768 pixels. We want it to repeat 1. Take a look. Now it's perfect. But our H1 here is a little bit too big, I believe. Let's see. The H1's a little bit too big. I mean, not really. If we want, we could go ahead and, as you can see, our Navbar is messed up as well right now. We can go ahead and make a media query for that as well. So let's go ahead and do that right quick. Let's go copy it from here. Copy. This isn't really necessary, but I did a media query max width 480 pixels, and I just changed the font size of the H1 just to make it a little bit smaller. And you can essentially do the same one thing for this as well if you want. But I might just comment that out because I don't think we really need it. I think it looks good big like that. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the resume section. So let's create our resume style sheet first, just so we can get that out the way. And it's out of the main. Let's go ahead and import it. Alright. And now let's go ahead and close out of some of this stuff. And then head over to our index. Let's close out of this too. And right underneath this section, make sure you're still inside of the main tag. We're gonna have our resume section. Right. So this section is pretty long. So I have a section, and it's gonna have a class name or class of resume and an ID of resume. And then in here we're gonna have our div, and this is gonna have a class of container. And we have our H1, and it's just gonna say my previous. Have a strong tag, work history, and I'm gonna do strong again, education. All right, get a quick look at this. All right, so it's right underneath there. Perfect. And now we're gonna have a div underneath here, this H1. Actually, yep, still inside this container div. We're gonna have a div, and this is gonna have a class of resume content, and then div, and trying to see how we can do this. Make sure this is right. Education. So this div here, we're gonna do a class of I named it education like this, but we might come back and change this class name. For now, let's just make it education. And we'll have h2 in here, and it's just gonna say education like that. And then underneath this h2, we'll have an article, and inside this article we'll have a div with a class of card header, and then inside this card header I have another div, and it's gonna have a class of card header info, and in here we have two p tags. You can do this. This is your education. You could just do computer science, or if it's like a coding boot camp if you want, or you don't even have to add this section. You don't want to either, so we can have just work experience for this section, because they're both going to be the same. So you don't have to add education if you don't want. And then I just did Harvard University City. I just put Boston. All right, save that right quick, and there we go. And now underneath this div we'll have a span. This is just the date to 2018 to 2023. Nice. And then underneath this div here we have a p, and this is going to have a class of card info, and it's just some lorem like this. I'll paste that in here. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and style up this card with these class names, because after we style this one card, all we got to do is just copy and paste it and switch up the data. But in my case, I won't be switching up any data. But in your case, you might want to take your time and add, you know, your work history and your education. So let's head over to styles and go to resume. We're going to open it up here. So we're going to grab the resume section, and it's just going to have a padding of 5 0. All right, I'm going to grab the H1 resume H1 and a font weight of 100, font size of 40 pixels, text transform of uppercase, a margin bottom of 40 pixels, and a text align center. All right. Nice. And now we're gonna grab the H2s, resume H2, and we want these to have a border bottom of 1 pixel, solid, and we're gonna do DAD 9D9. And then we also want to have a padding for the bottom of 3 pixels, and we're also going to make these display inline blocks. All right, so it's right underneath this here. You probably can't see because this border is blocking it, but we're about to fix that. Now we're going to grab the resume content, and this is going to be a display grid, a gap of 40 pixels. I'm going to do a grid template columns of repeat 2, min max 0, 1 FR. Take a quick look. Nice. And we also want the text colors to be this little dark grayish color, 333. All right, and now let's grab the card header info, but the inf child of the p tag, inf child of 1. So we're basically gonna grab computer science, because I believe that that's the inf child, the first child in there. So card header dash info p, and grab the inf. If I can type, inf child of 1, and we're just gonna make the font weight of this 800 and the font size to be 20 pixels. Let's see if that works. Nice. Now we're gonna grab the cart header, cart dash header, and we're gonna make this a display flex, a justify content space between, and align item center. All right. So now the date is over here. Nice. And let's see. Now let's grab the span, the cart header span, and we want the background color to be that little dark gray color, color of white, and we're gonna give it a padding of 1 pixel and then 10 pixels, and then border radius, we're gonna make 10 pixels. All right, nice. So I think I did something wrong here on, let's head over to our main CSS, head down to this article. Let's see, I think I did something wrong here. Let's see, styles, and then main. All right, so we got a padding of 20 pixels, display flex direction column, got okay, so yeah, this looks right. So it's something inside our index HTML. Maybe we spelled something. Resume content. Let's head back over to our resume styles, and okay, maybe once we add, okay, I think I really think I see what happened. Let's see. So this right here is supposed to be border bottom, like that. There we go. Okay, it was looking weird for a second. All right, so change the article to border bottom. Perfect. And now let's head back over to our HTML, and all we got to do now is just copy this article. Let's just copy it 2 more times for now. 1, 2. Let's take a quick look. There we go. Got our education, and now we need our right side. So that's what I was saying. We might change this here. Scroll up, this class name here. So let's just do just so that way we can have it for both. So education, let's just do resume grid. Yeah, resume grid. Let's do that. All right, and let's see what we got in here. Oh, we didn't even use education anyway. Okay. I don't think we actually used that. Alright, cool. So we don't even need a class name on here. So for this div, we could just remove this. Keep the div, but just remove the class name. Alright, so let's go ahead underneath. Let's see, getting confused here. So this is the resume content. So this div here, right underneath, so it's gonna be an article, there's gonna be a closing div. So right underneath this closing div there, we're gonna have another div. And like I said, we don't need to give it any class name, but we're gonna have an H2, and it's gonna have experience. And let's see if it takes on a styling. So yes, got that styling that we have for all of our H2s. And now we could just copy three more articles. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. So you guys could go in and change up the text and stuff to fit. Me personally, I didn't go to college, so I would probably get rid of this H2 there and just have experience, and just put my previous work history and just have all work history here instead of having education and experience. But that's just me personally. I didn't go to college. However, I did go to a coding boot camp, so probably could put that over here, I guess, and maybe my high school. But so yeah, that is the resume section. Now it's time to do the project section. This is going to require JavaScript. We're gonna have a filtering system, and yeah, so let's get started on this. All right, so go ahead and make your style sheet. I already made mine. I forgot to press record, but go ahead and make your projects.css, and then make sure to import it inside of your main.css. And let's go ahead and close out some of this stuff and head over to your index.html. And right underneath all of this stuff, still inside of the main, I'm going to make project section. All right. And here we're gonna have a section, and with the class of projects and an ID of projects. That. And inside of this section, we're going to do our container div, class container. And inside here, we're going to have an H1 with the title of some of my, we're going to add a strong tag, some of my projects. Like that. And I just noticed something. We forgot to add the emojis to each one of these. We'll add them towards the end. Hopefully I don't forget. So yeah, we're gonna add the emojis after the text. I just think it looks so much better with the emojis. All right, so we're gonna do a div, and this is going to have a class of filter. All right, and inside this div, we're gonna have a button. And it's going to take a bunch of stuff. We're going to have a data filter, and it's going to equal, this one is going to be all. We're also going to have an ARIA label, and this is going to say show all projects, like that. And then we're going to have an ARIA checked. That's going to equal to true. And the role is going to be, actually, I don't think we need to add this role and stuff. That was just testing some stuff out here, and the ARIA checked is true. I don't think we got to add all of that. So this button is going to say all. I'm going to save that so I can get the format. All right, so that's that. And let's go ahead and copy this button. And we're gonna paste it 1, 2, 3 more times. And like I said, you can have as many filters as you want as well. I just did 4, I believe, on this project. We got all, and this one, the second one is going to be React. So we gotta change this to data filter. It's going to be React, and show React projects. And the next one I just did UI UX, UI/UX, and data filter is going to be UI UX, all undercase, lowercase, sorry I said undercase, really, UI UX, and show UI/UX projects. And the next one is Python. So funny thing is, I am planning on starting Python here in a few weeks. Start learning from Python. Heard it's a really fun language, and I really want to learn it. So definitely gonna start soon. So it might be some Python projects coming to the channel. All right, so we got all React, UI, UX, and Python. Nice. All right, so right underneath this div here, we have another div, and this is going to have a class of project grid, like that. And in here, we're gonna have a div with a class of project card. And we also gonna have a data category, because we're gonna grab all of this stuff in JavaScript. The data category, and this one is going to equal to React. Right? And we're gonna have H2, and I just did awards, which is a website. And we're gonna do an image tag. The source is going to be .assets/project1, and the alt, you could just name it first project or React project. All right, so let's go ahead and style this up. All right, nice. So that's our image there. So let's head over to projects.css and let's start some styling here. Projects. First, we're gonna grab the section. I'm gonna grab .projects, and we're gonna give it a padding of 3 rem 0. Then we're gonna grab the H1, projects H1, and we're gonna give a font weight of 100, a font size of 40 pixels, text transform uppercase, a margin bottom of 40 pixels, and a text align center. I could have made a reusable class because it seemed like we use this styling on all of the H1. So if you want, you could move this, maybe put I guess they're called utility classes on each H1, and then add all of this styling to the main. You can do something like just title, section title, section-title, or something like that for the class name. But since we're already halfway done, might as well go ahead and just continue. All right, so after this H1, we're gonna grab the span. So project, actually we don't need that. We're gonna do .filter, sorry, and do a text align center and a margin bottom of 20 pixels. A quick look. All right, there we go. We got our filters. And now we're gonna grab the buttons. So filter button. I'm gonna do a background color of 333. Text color is going to be white. And do a border of none. Actually, we don't even need this border of none and outline none, because we got those styling inside of our main to take out the outline and stuff like that. We are gonna add a border radius, or did I already add that too? Just making sure. Border radius is going to be 10 pixels, and we have a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom, and 20 pixels left and right. Nice. And we have a margin bottom, or just a margin of 5 pixels. And we also gonna add a cursor pointer, which I don't think we need either. Let me just make sure. Main, did I add cursor pointer? Probably should just add it here. Cursor pointer, and remove it here. I think we added it inside of our about section as well, but let's just go fix that right quick. Cursor pointer we don't need, and border none we don't need here. All right. Nice. So those are our filters. And now underneath this filter button, I'm gonna grab our project grid, and we're gonna do a display grid. I've been using grid a lot lately. Normally I would use flex all the time, and I'm falling in love with grids. And we're just gonna do a repeat 3 1 FR, and give it a gap of 20 pixels. All right. And now let's grab the project card. Project card. And this is going to have a background color of F4, F4, F4. And I'm going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. Border radius of 5 pixels. And a cursor pointer. And we also can give it a cursor pointer. And we also can give it a transition of 0.3 seconds. Ease in and out. And you could just do opacity, which we didn't make yet. So now let's do a pound project card, and we're going to grab the hover pseudo class, and we're going to do opacity 0.8. Let's see how that looks. As you can see, you hover, that nice little effect. That's nice. Okay, now let's grab the image. All right, let's do pound project card, and we're gonna do image, and we want the width to be 100%. We want to have a margin top of 10 pixels, and we got that weird box shadow again. Not sure if this is the same. Actually, I think it is the same one as before. Let's just make sure. So 0, 4 pixels, -1, and I believe it was in the skills. 0, yep. So the same box shadow. Just go ahead and copy it over. If not, just pause the video and just type all of this in. Like I said, I got it off Tailwind. But there we go, nice little box shadow. And just do have a media query. At media only screen and max width 768 pixels. All right, and do grid. Oh, actually, we're gonna grab the project grid. And we're just gonna do grid template columns. And we just want it to repeat 1, min max 0, 1 FR. Alright. Cool. So that is all of the CSS for that. Let's head back over to our index. And let's make some more projects right quick. I'm gonna open it up here. All right, cool. So this is one project card. So you can add as many projects as you want. I'm just gonna add a few. So I'm gonna just copy this project card, and I'm gonna paste it a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more times. And like I said, you can add as many projects as you want. And so for the data category, this is how we're going to filter everything out. So if you add a React project, just make sure you add data category equals React. And I want to just do different ones for each one. So this data category is going to be Python. And I'm going to change up the image. So this would be Webflow. And this would be project 2. And then the next one is also going to be Python. For the data category, this would be blocks. And this would be project 3. And then the third one is going to be, did I do them all Python? Let's just switch it up. UI UX for that one, and this is going to be project 4, which I don't even know what it is. Let's see. Project 4 is OU Craft. Nice. Probably spell this wrong, but let's just do it. OU Craft. Like that. Make sure all this stuff is added. Nice. And the next one is going to be, what's our other one? Let's do UI UX again. UI UX, and this would be project 5, which I don't know what it is either. And this is UKit. Alright, and I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do 6 just to make it even. And this would be Python or React. Let's do React. And this would be project 6. Let's take a look right quick. Everweb. Everweb. Do it like that. Alright, cool. Nice, so we got our 6 projects, but once we click on these, nothing happens, and that's all in JavaScript. But we actually forgot something. We forgot to change the alt tags for each one of these. So we got React project. Wait, hold on. Okay, I got confused for a second. I'm gonna just change this to Python project. Here, Python project. Down here, it's gonna be UI UX project, UI UX, and React project. Nice. It's gonna save that and then head over to our JavaScript. Now it's time to write some JavaScript. Make sure it's open here. All right, so we got our navbar stuff here. Let me move this up there. That's all of our navbar. What we could actually, I don't want to get off track, but we still got to do our sticky nav as well. As you can see it right there, but you can't really see it. You see it's still there, so we got to change the background color. That's going to be really easy to do, but we got to do it in JavaScript. All right, so all right, so we got our type in text. So right underneath here, let's make another comment, and this would be filter options, like that. All right, so we're gonna do a document dot add event listener. Then we're going to do uppercase DOM and then content. If I can spell right, content. Load it like that, and then we're gonna do a comment, do a function, and then in here we're gonna grab our filter buttons and our project card. So we're gonna grab, first let's grab the filter buttons. So I'm gonna do a cons filter buttons, and this is going to equal document query selector, and it's going to be filter dash actually we're gonna do dot filter and then just button. So it's just put a space, don't put a dash. Let's grab in all of our filter buttons, and now we're gonna grab the project card. So cons project cards, and this is going to equal document dot query selector. Sorry about that car out there. And this would be, I don't know why it's so early in the morning and they gotta do stuff like that. Project card. And now let's go ahead and let's loop through our buttons, and we're gonna add a click event to our buttons. So to do it, we're just gonna do a filter buttons. Don't put the dot, sorry. So we're gonna do filter buttons, and we do a for each loop, and we're gonna do button, do arrow function, and we're gonna return a button that add event listener, and it's going to be click, comma, and the arrow function, and then we're going to do a cons filter value, and this is going to equal to button dot get attribute. I don't know why it's not auto completing. So we're going to get the attribute of data filter. So this is what we added to our buttons. Get attribute of data filter. And now we're just going to do filter button, filter projects. Hold on. I'm a little confused. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. I was a little confused at first. Okay, we're gonna do filter projects. So we didn't create this function yet. That's why I was a little confused. And we're just gonna filter value like that. We probably could have made the function at the top of here first and then did our for each loop, but it's fine. So right underneath here, so make sure you do 2 parentheses down. But this is where we're going to make our filter projects function. So we're going to do a function, filter projects, and it's going to take in a category. And in here, we're going to loop through our project cards. We'll do a for each loop again. For each card, and it's going to return some stuff. We're going to do a cons project category. Project category, and this is going to equal to card dot get attribute our data category. Data dot category. So this is what we added to each of our project cards. All right, so data filter and then data category. And now we're gonna do an if else statement. So if our category triple equals to all, or our project category is equal to our category, we want to return our card dot style dot display, and this is going to equal to block. Right, so if it's equal to all, or our project category, which is this, is equal to our category, this one is going to return our card. But else we want the card dot style dot display to be none. Okay, so let's test this out. Hopefully I didn't mistype anything. Let's see. Once we click on React, all right, so we got 2 small mistakes. I was typing a little bit too fast. So instead of data dot category, I'm gonna do a data dash category. And then up here, you just want to make sure you do a query selector all instead of just query selector. I'm not sure if it still works with just query selector. Let's see. I don't think it will. Yeah, see, it doesn't. So yeah, make sure you add all here. So query selector all, and then query selector all. And now we should have our filter. So once you click on React, we got 2 projects, UI UX 2 projects, and Python 2. And once you click all, we got all of our projects. And like I said, you can add more projects if you want. Just make sure you add an image to your assets, or you can fetch image off of a website. And then make sure you change the alt and a data category. And if you want to add more filters, all you got to do is up here, just add a button and change the data filter and the ARIA label, and then you'll be all set. And just make sure your project card matches up with that data filter. The data category matches up with that data filter. So once you click on one, it shows it. So since we're here, let's head back over to the JavaScript. So we're right here underneath this nav. I mean, still inside of like before we hit the type in deleting text, I want to add some more JavaScript for a sticky nav. So what I want to do is I want to actually grab the navbar, the entire navbar. So we up here, we grab the nav menu, the body, and the nav links. Let's go ahead and grab the entire navbar now. So we do a cons nav, and it's going to equal to document query selector, and so it's going to be nav, like that. All right, and down here we're gonna do we're gonna make a function, do a function, and this is going to say handle scroll, and we're gonna do if window dot scroll y is greater than 300. We want the nav dot classless dot add sticky nav. So we're gonna add that sticky nav once our scroll y. So scroll y is whenever we scroll. So once it hit, I believe I have it set to once I hit right here. You can play around with this number. I still don't get like what the measurements is. I always just play around with it just to find the right thing. So 300 I believe was perfect. So I think once we hit right here, that's when the nav turns black, the background. So let's just make sure though. So we're gonna add sticky nav, and then else we're gonna do a nav dot classless dot remove, and we're gonna remove that sticky nav class. Sticky nav. So basically it's saying, you know, once scroll y hits 300, it's gonna add the sticky nav. But when the scroll y is not 300, so once we go back up here, that's when the nav is gonna turn back to normal. So right underneath these two closing, we're gonna do a window dot add event listener, and we're gonna listen out for scroll. And we also want to fire our handle scroll function like that. All right, cool. So let's head over to our nav CSS and make this this sticky nav thing, sticky nav styling. So right underneath this hamburger, just gonna do sticky nav, and we're just gonna change the background color to black. So let's see if this works. So once we scroll, as you can see, it turns black right there, which I'm not sure if that's, well, yeah, I think that's smart to do, because the text, as you can see, once the home is like right there next to that our H2. So yeah, well, I think that's perfect. Now it turns black, and that transition we added on it, did we add a transition on this? Let's see, let's add a transition. Let's see. Transition, we're gonna do all 0.3 seconds. Ease in and out. Let's see if that works. Yeah, see? Nice transition. Perfect. Alright, so that is it for our project section. I say we go ahead and start our contact section. Alright, so we can go ahead and close out a Navbar, CSS, about, main, and our app JS. I believe we're done with JavaScript for the rest of this project. So let me go ahead and open up contact CSS over here, and let's go ahead and create our contact CSS. Contact CSS, and inside of the main, it's going to import it. I know this looks a little funky, like all these imports, but I did my research, and there's no downside of doing it this way. I mean, it's more organized in my opinion, and like I said, you don't have to do it this way. You can make a whole entire style sheet, but just be aware it's going to be, if you do it all in one, it's going to be probably like 500 lines of CSS. It's not, to be honest, it's not even that much CSS, but I decided to split it up, just organize it a little bit better. All right, so we got contacts, close out of this, close out of main, and inside of our index, start writing some HTML. So underneath this section, it's going to make a comment. This will be contact section. All right, so make sure you're still inside of the main. You're gonna have a section, and this is going to have a class of contact and an ID of contact, and we gotta do our container, class of container, and we have a h1, and this is going to say let's have a strong let's have a discussion. I'm not sure if I spelled this right. Hopefully I did. All right, cool. There we go. And underneath this h1, we're gonna have a p, and this is going to say please allow 24 to 48 hours for a response. Thank you. There we go. Let's make sure it's there. Nice. All right, so right under this p tag, we're gonna have a div, and inside this div, we're gonna have a form. We don't need an action or anything. This form is going to have an ID of contact form and an ARIA label of contact form. So this form won't do anything in this project. However, if you guys want to add email.js to your website, I did it in a ton of my projects. It's really easy. Just head over to one of my videos, one of my portfolio videos that I did, and I believe I did it in the most recent portfolio, my portfolio. Let me head over to it, Antonio Rogers. So this one here, I have email.js set up. So once we click submit, let's do this and then click submit. It sends directly to my email. So easy to set up. I didn't do it in this project, but so just head over to there and then maybe click on towards the end of the video, and you should definitely get that set up because it's really easy to add to your project. So inside this form, we're gonna have a div with a class of form-row. Okay. Then we're gonna have an input. Self-closing. This input is going to take, I don't know why I still have this open. And this is going to have a type of text. Name is going to be name. Class is going to be form input. And I believe we don't need the ID or anything. Placeholder is going to be your name. And if you want to, you can make it required and all of that stuff. ARIA label is going to be your name. All right, take a quick look. Get our form there, nice. And now let's go ahead and copy this input. So make sure you're still inside of this div. I'm just going to change this to email. Change the name to email. Form input can stay like that. Change this to email. And then change this to email like that. All right, so outside of this div, we're going to have a text area. Text area. All right, make some space because we want the rows to be 6, or not 8, sorry. Rows to be 6. The name could be message. Class, you could just put form input, I guess. Placeholder is going to be enter your message here. You can make it required. And we also got a style of resize of none. And then the ARIA label. It's just going to say your message. Okay, take a quick look. Whoa, what the heck? How's that inside? You guys see that? That is so weird. The thing is inside. Hold on, wait. Let's see. That is weird. It's code inside of there. I never seen it happen. Like, what is that? Code injected? It's like, the hell is that? Let's delete that. Look, it's still there when you refresh. That is weird. Let's make this a closing tag like that. Maybe something to do with that. Okay, it's working now. Alright, so don't do a self-closing tag. Do it like this. Alright, and next one, so underneath here, let's actually start styling this up just a bit. So head over to contact, CSS, and start styling this up. So we're gonna do contact, and we're gonna do a background color of RGB 242, 241, 241. And we also can give this a padding of 3 rem 0, a margin top. Sorry, margin top of 3 rem, and a text align center. All right, nice. And let's do it. Grab our H1. So contact H1. Do a font weight of 100. Font size 40 pixels. Text transform uppercase. Margin bottom 40 pixels. And we don't even need text align center. Okay, nice. And now let's grab the P, contact P, and we want the color to be PAL 3333334. I don't know why. There we go. I think it was just pound 333. I don't even think we needed the 4. Are we going to margin bottom of 10 pixels and a font size of 14 pixels? Nice. All right, and now let's start styling our form. So we're gonna grab form, and we could just grab it by the ID. We just do contact form like that. Contact dash form. I believe I added. Did I add the ID to it? Let's see. Index. So form. Yep. ID contact form. To be honest, we don't even need to do that. We could just grab the form actually. The form. We're gonna do a width of 100%, and then we're gonna do a max width of 700 pixels and a margin of 0 auto. Look, nice. So if you have more than one form on the site, you definitely don't want to do this. Grab just the form. But since this is our only form, I believe that's why I added the ID, just to make this example here. You definitely want to add this add ID to your form or class name, doesn't matter. So contact form, and now we're gonna grab the form dash input, and we want those to have a margin bottom of 20 pixels. That, and now let's start styling the inputs and the text area as well. So we're gonna grab input, and the cool thing is you can grab each one if you want. So actually we could just do this. Let me think. I got it complicated on my code, so we could do that. So we added the form input class. So what we could do is just add it all here. We could just do a width of 100%, margin 15 pixels, 0, and we add a padding of 10 pixels, and then we add a border of 1 pixel, solid, RGB. It's going to be 242, 241, and 241. Let's make sure it's grabbing each one of these. Okay, it is. Nice. And we're gonna add a border radius of 5 pixels. Nice. All right. And so that's the form input. And let's head back over. Let's see. Let's head back over to our index. Now we gotta make our button. So head back over here. And right underneath this text area, we're gonna make a button. So we're gonna put this inside of a div. And this is just going to have class name of form button, like that. And to be honest, you can make a button out of an input. I did it in one of my projects, and I'm doing it in, actually let's not do that. Let's just make a button. I don't want to overcomplicate things. And you're gonna have a type of submit, and I believe that's it. We can add an ID to it, but I'm just gonna do a class. We don't even need to add the class. Let's see, and we're gonna do submit your message. I am literally creating this section as we go. So I kind of overcomplicated things in my code, but so I'm kind of like scratching all of this stuff, and I'm just basically creating this as we go, and it's turning out really nice. All right, So that's the submit button. Let's see, contact. Let's go ahead and grab that submit button. See. All right, so we're gonna grab form dash button. I'm just gonna grab the button inside of there, and let's see, is it already centered? Okay, so it's already nice and centered, which is nice, and I believe that's because we got this text align center there. So now we just gotta just do our button. Let's see. So we have a background color. Let's do 333. Text color is going to be white, and we don't need to add any border, none. Just add a padding of 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and let's add a border radius of 5 pixels, and let's see how that looks. Nice. Let's add a hover to this. Do a form button, hover, and we want the background color to be black. All right, and we can also add a little transition here. Transition all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right. So I kind of don't like having these two like this on each line. So that's why I made this form row div. So let's go ahead and make that into a flex. I don't know why I keep opening up projects. So we're going to do dot form row, and we're going to do, actually let's do a grid. Let's do display grid, and let's do a grid template columns, repeat. Let's just do 2, 1 FR, and let's give it a gap of like 30 pixels and align item center. Nice. All right, cool. And I believe that is it. Let's just make sure. Go back. I believe that's it for the contact section. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and just knock out our footer right quick, and then we're done. Let's just make sure this is responsive. I haven't checked if anything is responsive in a while. So this is, always check on BlackBerry because it's like the smallest screen that I've seen on here. So I always go to BlackBerry Z30, so just to make sure everything still looks good. Okay, we could probably bring that up a little bit, like the number. Let's see, let's go over to App JS. Let's change this to like 200. Oh, it's still doing it. I do like 250. Maybe like 150. Let's see. Bring it down halfway. Alright, and let's see how that looks on desktop. Okay, that doesn't look bad at all. Okay. Let's see. Everything looks good there. Looks good. It's good. Ooh. Okay, here we go. We forgot the media queries for the work previous, the resume section. This looks good. Nice. And the form looks great. Okay, so let's head over to the resume, and we got some media queries to add that we forgot to add here. Open this up. So really easy. We're just gonna do add media only, screen, and max dash width. It's going to be 768 pixels. And we're just gonna grab the resume content, and we're gonna change the grid template columns to repeat 1 min max 0 comma 1 FR, like that. All right, let's take a look. Nice, perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and knock out this footer right quick. So head over to the index HTML, and small footer, nothing too fancy. So right underneath the main, I'm gonna add a footer HTML tag, and it's gonna have a div with a class of container, and we're also gonna add a footer container that we didn't make yet. We're gonna add that footer container to our main.css. No need to create a whole file for this. So p tag, and we're gonna do the little copy logo on the copy icon. To do that, you're just gonna do the little and symbol and do copy, like that. And do 2023. Do your name. I'm just gonna do johndoe.com, and then all rights reserved, like that. All right, as you can see, it's right there. So let's head over to our main CSS and finish up here. Main CSS. Right at the bottom, we can make this footer container right quick. And we're just gonna do a text align center. When we do that, nothing happens. It doesn't, you see, it doesn't become centered. So to do it, you just gotta do a width of 100%. And now the text should be, oh, I must have spelled something wrong. Footer, oh, okay. So I'm probably wrong there. Let's go see again. Let's see, main, and let's remove this. See if it still becomes centered. Okay, so it still becomes centered, but actually I guess we don't need the width. I guess I was wrong. So let's do a background color, and this is going to be the same background color as our contact sections, just so it can blend in perfectly. 242, 241, and 241. All right, and we have a padding of 1 rem, 0. Nice. Okay, so that's why we needed the 100%, because as you can see, you got the little white on the end. Now let's add the width 100%, and it got rid of that. So there we go. So that is our portfolio, guys. That's it. Everything looks great. Really nice portfolio. I love it, I'm not gonna lie. Nice colors and stuff. I think I did a good job, and hopefully you guys followed along and created this. I'm gonna create a index.html, and we're gonna create a style.css, or styles with an S, CSS, and we're also gonna create an app.js. All right. So head over to your HTML, and let's go ahead and start writing some HTML. I'm gonna do a little boilerplate, and for the title, I'm just gonna name it Note App. And let's go ahead and start our project and the server up for our project, just so we can see the changes that we're making. So I'm gonna right click and click Open with Live Server. And if you guys don't have that extension installed, you just head over to extensions and just install that. And you can just right click on the HTML and then Open with Live Server. And it should auto open inside the browser, but I got mine to manually open, because for some reason it kept opening up all of the browsers that I have installed. So all right, so we got our app up, and we know this is our project because we changed the title to this, and the title on the tab says No App. That's what we want. All right, cool. So inside of our body, I'm gonna go ahead and do a div. I'm gonna change the class to container, and inside this div I'm gonna have H1, and it's gonna say note taking app. save that and just make sure our change is there. Nice. All right, so underneath this h1, I have a div, and it's gonna have a class of controls. All right, so this is where all our controls gonna go. Our font size, the ability to change the text to bold or italic, and also change the text color as well. So in here we have a div, and we have a label. We're gonna do font size first, so it's gonna be 4 font size. All right, we're gonna do font size. All right, and then underneath this label, we have an input, and the type is going to be a number. The name, we don't need a name, but we do need a value. So we want the initial value to be 16. And then the ID, we're just gonna do font size. All right, so that should be font size. Take a quick look. All right, nice. As you can see, we can go up and down, up and down. All right, and then we're gonna do another div. We can actually just copy this. And let's go ahead and just paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And we're just gonna change up the stuff for it. So let's head over to the second one. And we're gonna do 4. This will be for bold. And we just change the text to bold, like that. And the input is going to be a checkbox. So it's gonna be type checkbox. All right, so value, it's not gonna have no value, but we are gonna change the ID to bold. All right, I'm gonna save that, take a quick look. Now we got a checkbox. And then next we can actually copy this, copy this bold one and just hit down here because it's going to be another checkbox. And this will just be for italic. Change the text to italic. And also checkbox and ID will be italic. All right, save that, take a look. Nice. All right, and last but not least is going to be a text color. So the label is going to be color, and we're going to change the label to, text inside of the label. We're going to change it to text color, and the input is going to be color. Value, you can change the value to, I think the best way to do it is to change it to white. I'll just do 0 or black, sorry. So value is going to be, the initial value is going to be black, and then ID, I'm going to change it to color. Okay, quick look, and now we can click this and change our color. Nice. All right, so we got all our controls, and right underneath our controls, so 2 divs down, so make sure you got 2 closing divs. We're going to have our text area to input our note. So the text area, we don't need a name for it. We do need an ID, so we can grab it in JavaScript. I'm gonna do a note. Cows we don't need. We're gonna do all the styling and CSS, and roads we don't need. Get rid of that. But we are gonna add a placeholder, and you can just do write your note here. ... All right. Let's take a quick look at that. Now we got that there. All right, and right underneath this text area, we have a button. And this button is going to have an ID of post note, like that. And we're just gonna have post. You can either do post note or just post. I'm gonna do post note. All right, post note. And now we need, we're gonna have a div underneath this button. A div. And this is going to have an ID of note list. All right, so we're going to keep this empty because we're going to use JavaScript to every time we click submit, this is where all of our notes going to post inside of this div. So we're going to keep that empty for now. So right underneath this div, we're going to go ahead and link our JavaScript just so we can make sure we link that. So we're going to do a script. I'm going to do src, and it's going to do app.js. All right, so we got our JavaScript link, but we also need to link our CSS. So right underneath this meta here, or I think the best thing to do is to do it under the title. Not sure. Actually, let's do it under the meta. We're gonna do a link, and we do CSS. All right, so make sure you add an S here, styles.css, because we named ours with the S. All right, so it's gonna save that. So all of the HTML is complete. Let's head over to the styles, and let's go ahead and start this. So first thing we're gonna do is do a reset on everything. So I'm gonna do a margin of 0, padding of 0, and a box size in border box. I'll save that, and as you see, we've got all of the padding is gone. And then we're gonna have a body. We're gonna grab the body. All right, and we're gonna do a font family of Arial. I don't know why that auto completed like that. I'm gonna do Arial sans serif, like that. All right, and we're also going to change the color. So this is the text color to white. But for now, I think I'm gonna let's just comment this out just so we can see everything, because we won't be able to see it yet. And we're gonna have a padding of 50 pixels, 0, like that. All right, so it's basically just giving some padding at the top there. And now we're gonna do our container, and this is gonna have a max width of 600 pixels, a margin of 0 auto, a padding of 50 pixels, border radius of 5 pixels, and also a background color of 1C7ED6, like a little blue color that I found. All right, cool. And now I'm gonna have the H1, and we're just gonna do a text align center for the H1. So do text align center. All right, should move right to the center. And underneath this H1, we're gonna grab our controls now, and we're gonna do a display flex, align item center, and we're gonna do a margin bottom of 10 pixels, and a justify content space between. Take a look. Nice. All right, so we got our container, we got our controls. So now we're gonna grab our label, and all we're gonna do for this one, we're just gonna add a margin right of 5 pixels. Add a little bit of space between the labels, and actually let's bring that down some to like 2 pixels. All right, I think that's good. We got a line item center. Now I'm gonna grab the text area, and we do a width of 100%, a height of 100 pixels, a padding of 10 pixels, and we have a border of 1 pixel solid. I'm gonna do like this little gray color, a little light gray. Nice. And we also gonna have a border radius of 5 pixels. Take a look. Perfect. All right, the text area, and now let's do our button. I'm gonna do the button, and this is gonna have a background color of 4DABF7, and we have a margin top of 10 pixels, color of white FFF. We have a border none, a padding of 10 pixels, border radius of 5 pixels, And we also have a box shadow. We're going to do RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.1, and then we're going to do 0 pixels, 4 pixels, and then 12 pixels, like that. Take a look. There we go. We got our button there. Nice. All right, and now we're gonna have a hover effect to this button. All we got to do that is use a pseudo class. We're gonna do hover, and we're just gonna change the background color to 0056 B3. Look, when we hover, just changes the color. We could add a, let's see if we add a transition of 0.5 seconds, ease in and out. Okay, take a look, and now we got that nice little hover effect, and we can also add cursor pointer as well. All right, perfect. And let's actually change this to like 0.3 seconds. All right, perfect. All right, now I think we can comment out this line. Let's and make our text white. Okay, so we got our button hover. And now we're going to trying to think if we should I'm not going to edit our note yet because we can't even see it, so we're actually just going to wait for that part. But all right, so yeah, we're let's go ahead and do some JavaScript. The rest of it we're going to finish dialing this up in a bit. So let's head over to the JavaScript, and it's pretty long JavaScript. It's about 100 lines of JavaScript, close to it, but it wouldn't be that long if we didn't add all of these, the ability to like change the font size, italic, bold, and change the color. But all right, so this project is going to take a lot of JavaScript. It's about 150 lines of JavaScript. I'm going to try my best to explain all of the functions we're about to create, and try to explain it the best I can. All right, so let's go ahead and create. I'm gonna make some space because I'm actually gonna have some stuff at a function on the top of this, but I actually want to create another function first. We're gonna create our create note function. So we're gonna do a function and do create note. All right, and just go ahead and grab our note text. I'm gonna do a cons note text, and this is just going to equal document that get element by ID. This is going to be nope, and we're going to do dot value. Okay, all right, and we're going to do a if check. So if the input field is empty, you won't be able to post a note. So for example, if I click post note, if without this check, it'll just post an empty note, and we don't want that. So there's this little trick we can do. We can do if note text dot trim. So if that equal to an empty string, all we're going to do is return. All right, there's that. And now let's go ahead and grab our controls. I'm just going to go ahead and just copy this and just go over it. Paste it. So we're grabbing our font size, we're grabbing bold, we're grabbing we're grabbing italic, and we're grabbing color, and we're grabbing all of these by our get element by ID. If you look over in HTML, we added an ID to each one of these. So we got ID color, ID italic, bold, and font size. So we're just grabbing those, but it's a little bit different. For the font size, we're grabbing a value, but we're also adding px to it. So we head over to the note taking app. So if we change it to 20, it's going to be, the value is going to be 20 px, so pixels. And we're grabbing checked for bold. Let's see if it's checked. So checked. And then we're also grabbing checked for italic, and we're grabbing the value of text color. So just the value of our text color. So that's all we're grabbing in that one. And now we're gonna create a new note container, item container. And to do this, we're gonna do a const note item. And that's going to equal create. Let's see. Trying to see how we can do this. Okay. So before we do this, actually, at the top of this, there's some code we got to put up here to load the notes from our local storage. So I wanted to save this for last, but I can't do it because there's a function that we need in here. So we're gonna do a window dot add event listener, and we're looking out for load. So whenever the page load, do function, because add event listener, it takes a an event and then it takes a function afterwards. So we do function, and in here we're going to retrieve the saved notes from the local storage. So to do this, we're going to do a const save notes, and that's going to equal JSON. I can spell right, JSON.parse, and do local storage, not this local storage, local storage. I don't know why I keep saying this. I think I have to put that. Local storage. Alright, there we go. I had to put that one. The local storage dot get item, and we get notes. That. Alright. And then after this, we're going to do or an empty array, just in case notes is empty. So or an empty array, just in case our notes are empty. Alright, and then we're going to do a note list. We're going to grab our note list. So we head over to our HTML. This is just our note list that we made, our empty div. So let's go ahead and grab that using get element by ID. So note list, and that's going to equal document. Why does it keep doing that? Document dot get element by ID, and we're grabbing the note list. Perfect. All right. And now we're going to do a for each loop, and this is basically just going to iterate through the save notes, and it's going to create note items for each one. So to do this, we're going to do save notes, and we're going to do a for each. Hopefully, oh my god, why is it doing it's like not autocomplete in the way that I want it to do. So for each, and we do a function, save notes with an argument, and then in here we're going to do const note item, and that's going to equal create note item, and take in save notes or save notes, right? And I meant to change that to save note, so make sure this one is without the S. And now we're going to pin the note item. So I'm going to do a note list dot append child note item. All right, we're getting, what's this? Cannot find create note item. Okay, I know why that's happening. We didn't create this function yet. We're going to create it here in a second, so let's just keep it there for now. So we got our function, so let me bring that up. So we got our create note, and now down here, after we grabbed our input fields, or our controls, now we're going to go ahead and create our new note item container. And to do this, we're going to do a const note item, and that's going to equal create note item, like that. And in here, we're going to do a text. It's going to be note text. Our font size is going to be font size. We got to make sure we add a comma. Make sure you add commas. And then is bold is going to be is bold, comma, is italic is going to be is italic, and then text color is going to be text color. Nice. All right, so that is our create note function. Actually, no, I think, yeah, we need more. We need to add more. So we gotta make sure we reset the input fields back to the default. But before we do that, let's go ahead and grab our note list. So we're gonna do a const note list, not note item, note list. And this is going to be document.getElementById. And we're grabbing a note list. All right. And let's go ahead and append that note item. So we're gonna do note list dot append child, and we're about to append this note item that we just created. We're gonna append that. So we're gonna do note item. All right. After that, we want to reset all of our fields. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this. We don't gotta type all of this in. Well, you guys do. Or you guys can just go to my GitHub and copy this over. So document.getElementById. So we're resetting this back to an empty string. The note, we're resetting the font size to 16. Bold, we want it to be false. Italic, we want it to be false, and the color, we want it to be black. All right, and now we're going to do a save note to local storage. We didn't create this function yet, and we're saving the note item. So we didn't create that function yet, but we are. All right, so that is our create note function. Now we're going to create another function, and this is just creates a new note item with the provided data that we get from this create note function. So let's do a function, and this is going to be our create note item function, and it's taking in note data. And let's go ahead and grab our note item. Actually, we're gonna create an element, a new note item container, and to do that, we're just gonna do const note item. That's going to equal document dot create element, and we're gonna create a div. And we're also gonna add a class name to this div. So let's do a note item dot class list, just so we can style it up in CSS. And we're gonna do dot add, and you guys can name this whatever you want. I'm gonna name mine note. All right. And we also want to change the font size to whatever our font size is. So we're gonna do note item dot style font size, and that's going to equal note data. I was getting it from this note data, and we do dot font size like that. All right. And now we're going to apply bold or italic styles if our inputs are checked. So to do that, all we gotta do is if our note data is bold, all we're gonna do is do note item dot style dot font weight, and that's just going to equal to bold. Make sure you put it in quotes. All right, and let me just copy this because now we got to do italic. So if is italic, we're going to change, so it's not font weight, it's actually font style, and we're going to change that to italic. All right, nice, perfect. Oh, I don't know why I'm clicking on that. We can't see anything now. All right. So after this, we're also going to change the color. So let's do no item dot style dot color, and that's going to equal our note data dot text color. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and get the current time of the note, and we're gonna grab that from local storage. All we gotta do is do a const timestamp, and that's going to equal new date to local storage, to local strings, sorry, like that. All right, and let's go ahead and set the HTML content for the note item. So this is basically, we're going to be writing HTML inside JavaScript. This is why I love JavaScript. You can do so much with it. We're going to do note item, and we're going to do inner HTML. I'm going to equal that. I'm going to do backticks. So now we got access. We can do a p tag. We can do div. We can do h1. We're going to do a p tag, and we do brackets. And this is going to be our note data dot text. All right, and still inside of the backticks, we gotta make sure we close. The only thing, you don't get auto completion, so you gotta actually make sure you have closing divs and everything is perfect, or it will mess up. All right, so after that, still inside of the backticks, we're actually gonna have another p tag, but this time we have a class, and that's going to equal to timestamp. All right, and make sure we close it, and it's going to have posted on $ brackets timestamp. Go ahead and close the p tag like that, and perfect. All right, so that's our inner HTML. This is basically going to show our timestamp. We could have did this another way as well. We could have put a p tag inside of our HTML and made it empty, and then just did it a total different way, but I'd rather just do it this way. All right, so let's go ahead and create our edit and delete buttons for the notes. So let's do a const edit controls, and that's going to equal document dot create element. What the hell is create tree walker? It sounds like something for a game. We'll create element and div. We're creating a div. Let's go ahead and add a class to this. So we're gonna do edit controls dot class list dot add, and I'm just gonna name it edit controls. All right. Now we need to set the inner HTML, kind of like how we did here. So we're gonna be creating buttons inside of here. I'm just gonna go ahead and just copy this and paste it. So just do an edit edit controls dot inner HTML. Make sure you do backticks, and we're doing a button tag, and we're adding an on click on the first button, and it's going to have edit note. And you can either, I just put this in here. You can name that whatever you want. It doesn't matter. And then it's gonna have edit and then a closing button, and then the next button is gonna have an on click delete note, and then it's gonna have delete and then close. Make sure you close the button, and then all that is inside of backticks. That's our inner HTML. And now we need to append the child. So we're gonna do no item dot append child, and we're gonna do edit controls. Right, and all we want to do now is return our note item. Return our note item like that. All right, perfect. So that is our create note item using our note data, and then we got our actual create note that's going to be sending over the data for this. So now we need to just create our edit functionality for our edit button and our delete button. Let's go ahead and do that now. So we can do a function edit notes, and just do edit button. All right, and we're gonna do a const no item. It's going to equal edit button dot parent element. So this is basically just grabbing a parent element, parent. I don't know why it's not auto completing. Parent element dot parent element. So make sure you do parent element dot parent element. And now we're going to get the text content of the note being edited. So we're going to do a const note text, and that's going to equal note item dot query selector. I don't know why it's not auto completing. And we're gonna grab p tag and grab the first child, first dash child, first child, and we want the text content of this. The text content. Perfect. All right. And now we're just going to set the note text in the input field for editing. So to do that, all we got to do is do a document.getElement by ID. We're going to grab the note and we want the value of this, and that's just going to equal our note text. All right. And now we're just going to just delete the original note once we edit. I'm just going to do delete note. We didn't create this function yet, and just edit button like that. All right. So now let's go ahead and create this delete note function now. Function delete note. Let's take in the delete button. That. And this one's easy. We're just going to do a const no item equals delete button dot parent element dot parent element. Don't know why that one auto completed. And we're just going to do no item dot remove that. Right. And we also need to remove it from local storage as well. So we're just going to do remove. We didn't create this yet. I'm gonna do remove note from local storage, and we're gonna remove no item. All right, perfect. So we got our delete note and we got our edit note function. So now we need to create our function to actually save the note to local storage. All right. So to do that, we're gonna do a function and save note to local storage, and we're taking in a note item. All right. And I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this and paste it here. All right, so we're doing a const save notes, and this is going to equal json.parse local storage get item notes and or empty array, just in case we don't have any notes. And then we're grabbing our note text, and that's going to be note item.query selector first child, and we're grabbing the text content. And then we're just grabbing our stuff from our controls. So we're grabbing the font size. That's going to equal no item.style font size. Bold, no item.style font size equals bold. And if this one equals italic, and then next one is our text color. All right. And then we're going to do a const new note, and that's just going to equal text. It's going to be our note text. Font size, it's going to be font size. Make sure we add commas. Our is bold, it's going to be is bold. Is italic, it's going to be is italic. And last but not least, our text color is going to be text color. All right, and I forgot a comma there, and I always add one at the end. And now we can use the push method to push our notes. So we're gonna do save notes, and this is going to equal dot push, not equals, but we're gonna do dot push, and we're gonna be pushing our new notes like that. All right, and now we're gonna do a local storage dot set item, I'm going to set it to notes, comma, JSON dot stringify, save notes. Save notes. Perfect. All right, so this is the function to save a note to our local storage. So now we need a function to remove a note from our local storage. All right, and we're gonna do a function remove note from local storage. It's also taking in a note item. All right, so we do a const saved notes. That's going to equal our JSON parse local storage get item. This is basically just checking a local storage for any notes. We notes. We also got to make sure this case is empty or empty. All right, and next we're going to do a const note text, and that's going to equal note item dot query selector. Same thing we did up there. We're gonna grab the p tag, first child. I'll make sure we put in quotes. First child, first dash child, and we're grabbing that text content of this. All right. All right, now we're gonna find the index of the note being removed, because this line is really important because then it'll just, I don't even know what it'll do if we didn't have this line of code. So we're gonna do const index, do save notes, find index, find, I don't know why my autocomplete isn't working, and we can do notes, and it's gonna return note dot text. So if it equals to note text, all right, so it's basically just finding the exact note to be removed, finding the index of it. And now we're gonna do an if check. So if our index is not equal to -1, we want save notes dot splice index 1. All right, and let's go ahead and set our local storage. We're going to do local storage dot set item, do notes, comma, and JSON dot stringify save notes. Perfect. All right, and last but not least, as you can see, oh wait, it worked. Nice. Okay, let's see. Paste. Okay, the reason why, okay, I get it now. So the reason why, because obviously I made this project before, so it actually showed the notes that I already had in my local storage. That's hilarious. All right, so now as you can see, our button's not working. So it's just one line of code. He's gonna go ahead and grab our button now. So we can do a document dot get element by ID, and we added the ID post note, and we do dot add event listener. And like I said, this takes 2 parameters. So we're gonna do click, and we also gonna do our create note function. Let's take a look. Let's do code post. Nice. And let's make sure our local storage is working. Refresh, and it's there. So let's go ahead and make sure our controls is working. Let's click on edit, change the color to red, make it bold, make it italic, change the font size to, I don't know, 25, then post. Perfect. Nice. And it changes it. Nice. So let's go ahead and actually style this now, because we can actually style it, because if you look up here, we create the divs and we add class names on here as well. So here we had created a div and we added a class name to this div and the inner HTML of this div. So we created all of this in JavaScript. Just amazing. And then up here as well, we created another div and we added a class named note to it. So now we can actually use this inside CSS. So let's head over to our CSS file. And now we can grab the note and we can add a margin to it. Do margin 10 pixels, 0. And we got a padding of 10 pixels. We got some border radius of 5 pixels. At a font size 16 pixels. We can do a width of 100%. Background color white. And a box shadow of RGBA. Do that. And the values for this one is going to be 99, 99, 99, 0.2, 0 pixels, 2 pixels, 8 pixels, and 0 pixels. Let's take a look at that. Perfect. Let me just type in some other stuff. Just make sure. Nice. All right, so that's our note, and now we can grab our timestamp because head it back over to our app.js. I don't know where we got it at. So down here, not that one. Where do we add our timestamp? Timestamp. Where are you? Right here. So here we did an inner HTML and we added a class of timestamp here. So now we can actually grab that inside CSS. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to do .note .timestamp, or we could have just changed the actual this timestamp. I think we're gonna do color, and we're gonna do RGB. Do 158, 158, 153, and 153. All right, be like a little gray color, and we're gonna do a font size of 14 pixels. All right, perfect. And just so it won't get the styling of that, we could probably just change it bold, font weight to, what if I change it to inherit? Let's see what happens. Okay, not inherit, because it's just going to inherit the parent container of, so do font weight of just 400, and then do font style of normal. All right, perfect. So that's just so that it won't take the same styling that we'll have from our controls. All right, and now we can also grab the edit controls, so our edit button. So we'll do edit controls. We have a margin top of 10 pixels. All right, and grab the edit control button, but I'm going to use most this style in here. So let's do .edit controls button. I'm gonna paste that in there. Oh, well, not the whole button. All right, perfect. I'm gonna change this up a bit. So we want the same color. We don't need this margin top here. Border none. We're gonna do a padding of 5 pixels and then 10 pixels. Border radius 5, cursor pointer, and a box shadow. Nice. Let's go ahead and add our hover effect. So we're gonna do edit controls, button, hover. And we're gonna do a background color of, we can do that color there. Nice. And make sure it deletes. Make sure when we refresh it stays deleted. Nice. All right, perfect. So there is one issue that we're facing. Let me just go over to my index.html, and in here I'm just gonna write some lorem, and I'm actually just gonna copy this, cut it out just so I can just get some access to it right quick. and I'm gonna paste it in here. And if I paste, oh, okay, it works. Nice. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So I guess we don't need that line of code that I thought we need. Let me just make sure. So if I type in a long sentence, post note, okay, it works. All right, perfect. I was having an issue before to where the text wasn't wrapping right, so it's fixed now. Perfect. So I'm gonna go to delete. Just gonna edit this, change the text color to red, and I want that to be bold, and that is my note posted on 11/27, 11:49 p.m. It's pretty late. I need to go to bed. So that is it for this video. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you guys learned JavaScript CRUD operations. This is one of those projects where I was kind of bored, and one thing that I don't want to lose, one thing I really want to keep learning is vanilla JavaScript. I kind of went straight to React, dived heavy into React. I know React like the back of my hand now, and one thing I don't know much of is vanilla JavaScript. So that's why I tend to do vanilla projects. I don't know if you guys see the videos on my channel. I try to come back and do vanilla style projects just so I can keep learning vanilla JavaScript, because it's really amazing, man. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so that's it for me this video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys next video. Alright, so I got my index.html, my styles.css, and my app.js. I'm not gonna lie, it feels good to start a project and I have to install a shit ton of packages. So let's get started. So I'm gonna go ahead and do image abbreviation and just press enter. And you get this boilerplate for the title. I'm just gonna name it Wavero, which is the company's name that we're building this landing page for. And so I'm trying to think the approach. Maybe we should write all of the HTML, then do the styles, and then add JavaScript at the end. Or maybe I should break it down by section. So I think I might do that. I think I might just break it down by section. I think that's the best thing to do. So let's go ahead and add our styles. We're gonna do a link CSS, and I made my styles with an S. Add a little S there. And let's go ahead and link the JavaScript as well. I'm gonna do a script src, and it's gonna be app.js. All right, so let's go ahead and write some HTML, and then we'll head over to CSS and start styling it a bit. But before we do that, actually open up your browser and open up in live server and have the page open up here. Let me refresh, because we should see Wavero at the top for the title. And let's get started. So inside of the body, we're gonna do a div, and this is going to have a class of hero section, and then we're gonna have another div in here, and this is going to have a class of hero overlay. So we're going to add a background image to the hero section, and then we're going to add an overlay, like a gradient overlay. It's going to look nice. And underneath this, we're going to have another div, bunch of divs. And class is going to be hero container, like that. And in here, we're going to have our logo. But before we actually do that, I said we go ahead and try to get this image and stuff working. So head over to, in the description, I'm gonna have the images, the image folder in a Google Drive. So just download the images. All right, so once you download the images, just put it inside of an assets folder, and we should be all set. So I'm gonna refresh again to make sure. So let me go ahead and open this back up. All right, so let's head over to the styles, and there's actually one thing we do have to do first. Let's do our global reset. So you want to do a box sizing, border box, a padding of 0, and a margin of 0. margin of 0. All right, and we also are going to add a Google font. So let's head over to Google Fonts. Get back down here, Google Fonts, and the font we're going to add is Poppins. Best font in my opinion. Well, it used to be, my favorite used to be Ubuntu, but I like Poppins now. And we're gonna do regular. We're gonna grab semi bold and bold. I think that should be good. And I just grabbed the import. So just copy this, make sure it's copied, and head back over to styles and just paste it at the top of this file here. Oh, it didn't copy. Nice. All right, I just pasted that here. And now here we can also do a font family and just do Poppins, comma, sans serif, like that. All right, so let's go ahead and write some CSS. So first thing we're gonna grab is our hero section. Let me go ahead and open this up here. Get all this right. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our hero section. Right down here, we're gonna do hero section, and we're gonna do a position relative. We're gonna do a z index of 1, a height of 100 VH, and we're gonna do a background, and it's gonna be URL, and we're gonna grab that background image inside of our assets folder. So we're gonna do a dot slash, and then it should autocomplete. So do assets / hero image. So I think once we save, we should see the image now. So as you can see, we can see the image, but it's going off the screen. You can't really see the entire image. So to fix that, we're gonna do a background size, I believe. Background size, we're gonna do cover. So now you can see it fixed it. And we're also gonna add a padding. We're gonna do 30 pixels, and then we're gonna do auto, like that. And we also going to do a display of flex. All right. So now to add that gradient color to our hero section, we're gonna do a hero dash overlay. And for now, I'm just gonna give it a background color of blue, or just, we can do black, and then just hover over it and just change the opacity to maybe like that. And maybe we shouldn't do black, let's do like blue for now, and hover over it and just change the opacity. Use this little bar here and just go down, because we're gonna go to UI gradients to grab our gradient. I mean, I got it here, but it's better to just copy it from there. So we're gonna do opacity. We gotta put the thing. So opacity is going to be 0.83, which we don't need. Well, once we add our gradient, we're gonna need it. So we're gonna do a position absolute. I don't know why this isn't auto. Position absolute, and we're gonna do a top of 0, and we should just need to do a left of 0. And let's see, so we don't see it because we need to add a height, so we're gonna do a height of 100%, and we're gonna add a z index of -1. So I wonder why we don't see it. Let's see. Hero overlay, let me make sure I spelled it right in the hero overlay. So yeah, we're grabbing that overlay there, hero overlay. Let's do a right of 0 and a bottom of 0. There we go, now we can see it. There's actually a faster way. Instead of typing all of this, I believe it's just inset of 0, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's like all 4. Let's see. I'm not mistaken, I believe it's so to the top, bottom, right, and left properties. So instead of typing, you know, top, bottom, left, right, please do instead of 0. So let's do that. And there we go. As you can see, that looks nice right there, but it looks better with the gradient. So let's head over to UI. I don't think, did I grab it from UI gradients? I forgot where I grabbed them because I don't think UI gradients exist anymore. Oh, it's still here. Never mind. When I tried it, it didn't work. And I'm not sure which one that I used. I know it was a blue and it had like, maybe it's very blue. Maybe it's better for me just to type it because I think I forgot the gradient I use for this. So let's just type it out. So background, I'm gonna do background, and we're gonna do a linear gradient, and we're gonna do 90 degrees, comma, HSLA, and we're gonna do 191, comma, 75%, comma, 60%, and we're gonna do 1. And after that, we're going to do a 0%. Trying to make sure I get this right. 0%, comma, HSLA, and do 248, 87%, 36%. I gotta fix that. And 1. And then after that parentheses, we're just gonna do 100%. The good news is we don't gotta type this out again. We'll just copy and paste it from here. Let's go ahead and save this, and now we should have the gradient that I use, which looks better. I'm not gonna lie though, that blue we just had kind of looked nice. Probably should have kept that. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so that's our overlay. So since we're here, we can just grab the hero container as well. Do hero container. And in here, we're going to do a width of 75% and a margin of auto. And we're going to do a display of flex and flex direction column and align item center and a gap of 30. All right, 30 pixels, sorry. All right, so that's that. So let's head back over to our index and write some stuff inside of our hero container. Open it up here, index. All right, so in here, we're gonna have a logo box. So we're gonna do a div, and this is going to have a class name of logo. Let's just do logo container. And we're gonna have our image, our little play button image. So we're gonna do /assets/ I believe I just named it logo. So a little play button there. And we're just gonna do logo for the alt. And then after this, we're gonna have a h1 with a class of logo text. And this is going to have Wavero Media. All right. So as you can see, that play button's really big. Sheesh. All right. So right after this div, we're going to have another div, and this won't have a class name, but inside this div, we're gonna have a h1 with a class of hero hitting. And this is going to say we are launching soon. There we go. And we have a paragraph under this with a class of hero info. I suck at naming class names. I kind of this project I made, I want to say probably like 2 hours. Didn't really take me that long to do, but just wanted to make like a beginner friendly project. So in here I'm going to paste some lorem. To get this lorem, all you got to do is just literally let's do lorem, and then you should get an emit abbreviation for it, and just press enter and just save it like that. All right, so let's go ahead and style this up, and next we're going to do our countdown. So let's go ahead and head back over to the CSS, and let's grab that logo container, and we're going to do a display flex, so the image and the text can be side by side. And we're going to do a margin of auto, and this is going to center it. As you can see, it shifted over to the right a bit. And actually, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. We're just going to do a align item center because we already did a display flex, so we don't need margin auto. We can just do a justify content center to center it, and we can do a gap of 3 pixels. There we go. So now, as you can see, that play button is a little bit too big, so let's go ahead and style it up now. So we're going to do dot logo container, and we're going to grab the image in here, and we're going to do a width of 50 pixels like that. As you can see, it is perfect now. So now let's grab the logo text, and we're going to do a color of FFF, just white, and we're going to do a text shadow of 1 pixel and 37 37 37 37 like that. We're going to use this text shadow a lot. I probably should have made forgot the CSS variables. Probably should have made something with that because we use this a lot. So just make sure you got this on standby to copy. So as you can see, it looks nice, and that text shadow makes it pop. Looks really nice. All right, so underneath here, we're gonna grab the hero heading. We're gonna do a margin bottom of 20 pixels, a line height of 1.2, and we're gonna do a color of FFF, and we're gonna do a font weight. Actually, just gonna do a text align center. And like I said, keep this text shadow on standby and just paste it in there. You can see we're launching soon. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and grab that paragraph right here, style that up a bit. Let's do hero info, and we do a font size of 20 pixels, a line height of 30 pixels, a font weight of 400. I think I messed up a bit. We're gonna do a color of white and a text align center as well. And we're just gonna grab this and paste it right here. So now it's time for our countdown. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's head back over to the index, and right underneath this div here, so we got the P and we got a div. So right underneath here, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class of countdown. All right, and we're gonna do a div, and in here we're gonna have a span, and this is gonna have an ID of days. And you don't have to put anything. I mean, we could for now, I guess. So let's go ahead and put 3, but we're gonna use JavaScript to put text there. But for now, we could just do that. And we're gonna do a P tag underneath, and it's gonna say days. And what we can do is actually copy this div and paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what? What did I just do? All right. So this div here, copy. So we already copied it once. Inside there. So I got an extra div. Take that off. All right. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Save that. So we got days, and we're gonna change this one to hours. And change the P to hours. And then we got minutes and seconds. So we're gonna do minutes and minutes and seconds. All right, nice. All right, so for now we could just, for the hours, we're gonna do we can do like 10. And minutes we can do like 30, and for seconds we can do like 55. All right, so let's go ahead and style this stuff up a bit. So head over to the styles, open it up here, and so for our countdown, so we're gonna do countdown. We're going to do a display of grid. And we're going to do a grid template columns, and we're going to do a repeat of 4, min max, parentheses, we're going to do 0, 1 fr. All right, so we got a nice grid there, and 4 columns, so 4 equal columns. And then we're going to do a gap of 40 pixels, a color of white. We're going to just do FFF, and we're going to do a Z index of 1, and a text align center, a font of bold. We'll do font weight, bold. And we also going to add this text shadow. All right, paste that in there. And there we go. Nice. So now we're going to grab our span inside of our countdown. So we're going to do a countdown, span. And we're just going to do a font size of 70 pixels. Actually, we're gonna, yeah, I think that's good. Font size 70 pixels. And we're gonna grab the P tag now. Countdown P. And in here, we're gonna do a margin top of 3 pixels. A text transform of uppercase. A font size of 14 pixels. And a line height of, let's do 1.4. All right, so it does look a little bit off. So what we're gonna do, I think if we add a line height here, do a line height of 80 pixels. That makes it look better. And let's add a line height here as well, like 14 pixels. Bring it down a little bit. That looks nice. All right, so now I think it's time to write some JavaScript. I think it's time. Let's head over to the JavaScript. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our elements. We're going to be grabbing the days, hours, minutes, and seconds, and we're going to use get element by ID. I'm going to copy this and paste it over inside of the app. So like I said, we're using get element by ID. We're grabbing the days, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. And now we're gonna do some stuff with our local storage. And the whole reason why we're doing that is because, as you can see, my timer disappeared. I deleted all of the text inside of the spans because we're gonna use JavaScript to insert the text. So for now, you can just go ahead and delete it if you want. So like I was saying, we're going to be doing some work with the local storage, and the whole reason why we want to do that is because whenever we refresh a page or if a user leaves this page, the timer keeps going no matter what. So for example, if you leave this page at 10 hours, 30 minutes and 50 seconds, and you come back an hour from now, you open up your browser, come back to this page an hour from now, it should say 9 hours and 30 minutes and 50 seconds. So that's what we want. So to do that, we're going to do let end time, and this is going to equal local storage dot get item, and it's going to do end time in parentheses like that. I mean in quotes, sorry. And now we're going to check if it's not end time. So if it's not end time, we want to set our current time to what we want it to be. So we're going to do if, so if it's not end time, we're going to let target date, and this is going to equal just new date like that. All right. I messed up, sorry. All right. And like I said, we're going to set our own time and date. So what we're going to do is, let me just copy this over and just paste this in there. So we're just going to do target date set seconds, and in parentheses we're just going to do target date get seconds, and we're going to do plus 33. So this is just basically setting our own time. So we're setting 33 seconds. So you can actually change this number to whatever you want it to be. So if you want it to start at 40 seconds, you can. We're going to start at 50 minutes. We're going to do plus 50 minutes. And for the set hours, we're going to do 20 hours. And for the days, we're going to do get date. You're going to do plus 3. I'm actually going to change this to 5 so you guys can see. And what we can actually do is maybe change this once we start seeing the timer. So like I said, you could just change these numbers to whatever you want. But I just did 5 days, 20 hours, 50 minutes, and 40 seconds. Just a random time. All right, so now we're gonna convert our target date into a timestamp and store it inside of our local storage. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do an end time, and we're gonna do target date dot get time like that. That's a function. And then we're also going to do local storage dot set item. So set item, and we're just going to do end time and quotes, and then do end time without quotes like that. All right, so you won't see anything because now we're gonna create a function so you can see the text, the timer. So we're gonna create a function, and it's gonna be update display, and this is gonna take distance. And in here is a bunch of math. I got all this off Stack Overflow. Love that site. I'm not this smart. I suck at math. But so yeah, just pause the video and copy this. Just a bunch of math stuff to get the seconds, the minutes, hours, and the days. And now we're going to actually set the text content inside of our HTML with JavaScript with text content. So we're going to do days L dot text content, and it's going to equal today's because we get a number from this math.floor. And same with hours, minutes, and seconds. But if you save it, you won't see anything because we actually have to finish. So now we're gonna do a let interval, and this is just going to be set interval. I know I probably say that weird. And function, you could do an arrow function if you want. And in here we're gonna do let now, and this is gonna equal new date dot get time, and then we're going to do let distance, and this is just going to be in time minus now. All right, so now we're going to do an if statement. So if our countdown reaches 0, we want to display all zeros, but this is just a practice project. I'm sure we're not gonna go back and see if this is displayed, but you never know. So we're gonna do an if. We're gonna do distance is less than or equals to 0. We're just going to clear the interval. I say that word so weird, interval. And we do interval, and then we're going to also update the display to just 0. So just do 0 in there, and we also got to do a return like that. All right, so now we shouldn't see anything, but now with one line of code, all we have to do is do an update display to distance, because we made a function that takes in the distance, and now we're setting it to this, and there we go. And now we should see it. And this is basically, so we let now equals the new date dot get time, so that's the current time now, and then our distance is basically our end time date, which is this here, the one that we set, minus now, and then we're just sending that over to our update display function, and here are the results. Nice. All right, so we could add a 1 second delay there if you want to, but don't really need it. And then down here we're going to do an update display, do end time minus new date dot get time, like that. All right, save it. Nice. So that's our timer. And like I said, once we refresh, so let's just see, let's stop it at 30. So 50 minutes 30. Oh, it actually refreshed. Wait, it was actually refreshing. All right, so we got a little bug here. Let's see what's wrong with this. So as you can see, this is what we didn't want. See, it's how it's going back to what we started with. So let's see what we did here, and I think I see the issue. So we got end time. I think it has to be uppercase. The T has to be uppercase, and make sure I write it here. Let's refresh now. So as you can see, it keeps going. So that's that little mistake. And like I said, so I'm gonna exit out this page at 50 minutes and 60 seconds. Let's see, 49 minutes 6 seconds. Okay, exit out, and we're gonna go back to it in a few seconds. Blah blah. Let's see, let's go back. And as you can see, it went down 10 seconds. So yeah, it goes off your local storage, which is nice. That's what we want. All right, now I believe we have to go back and write some HTML. So let's head back over to HTML and finish up the page, and then we're gonna work on our modal. We're gonna head back to our JavaScript at the end, but let's head back over to HTML and finish writing some HTML. If I can find it. Where you at? There we go. All right, so underneath this div, so right underneath here, 2 divs down from the seconds, we're gonna have another div, and this is just gonna have a class of btn container, and in here we're gonna have a button, and this button is gonna have an ID of subscribe, btn, and it's just gonna say subscribe to newsletter. All right, let's see. So there we go, we got our button. All right, so underneath here we're gonna have our modal, and we're gonna see the modal now. but we're going to make it disappear with CSS and then make it only appear when we click that button with JavaScript. So we're gonna have a div. Yeah, let's have a div, and this is gonna have a class of modal and also a ID of my, you could just do my modal like that. All right, and then we're gonna have a div in here, and this is gonna have a class of modal content. Oh man. All right, and here inside of the modal content, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have a class of modal icon, and we're gonna have a span with a class of close. It's gonna be our X button, so we could just do at times like that. We should be able to see this actually. So as you can see, we see it there. And so right underneath this modal icon div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have a class of modal image. Modal image, and this is where we're gonna have our little mail icon. So we're gonna do /assets/ I believe it's mail PNG. So as you can see, it's right there, and you can just do mail, I guess. But I didn't really spend that much time doing accessibility with this one. So div. So under the modal image div, we're gonna have a P, and this is going to have class of modal info, and it's just some larm here. Just gonna copy this larm over, or we could have just did the snippet. I need to go to sleep. So under the P, we're gonna have another div, and you're gonna have a class of modal form, and we're gonna have a P tag in here that just says receive updates on our launch. All right, and then under the P, we're gonna have an input. Type is going to be email. Name is going to be email, and ID, you could just do email. We're not gonna do anything with it. And placeholder is going to be enter your email. Self-closing tag. All right, and we have a button, and this is going to say subscribe. All right, and you can also, we're going to also give this an ID of submit email, like that. Nice. So as you can see, we got our modal there. It's not really looking like a modal, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's go to the CSS and start styling this up a bit. Scroll down, so we count down. Let's go ahead and grab that button container, btn -container. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like writing CSS. I mean, I prefer Tailwind, but you know, I kind of like this. Let's do justify center. All right, and we're gonna grab the button inside the button container. So button container, button. I'm gonna do a background color of FE, and we're gonna do an outline of none, a border of none, and a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right, and a border radius of 20 pixels. See how that looks? That's our newsletter button. Nice, looks nice. All right, so now it's time for our modal. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do modal. So if we do this and do a display of none, everything disappears. So we don't want to do that yet. We actually want to style this up and then we're going to hit it with that. So let's do a position of fixed. We're going to do a z index of -1. Actually a z index of 1. And we do a left of 0 and a top of 0. And we're also going to do a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Overflow of auto. And a padding of 30 pixels. All right, so this actually isn't the actual modal itself. This is the background that we're going to use to, like, whenever the modal is open, we want the option to click off the modal. Me personally, that's what I always do. I never really use these icons to close out of things. I just click on the outside of what's open and it closes. So that's what we want. So this actually is going to have a background color of RGBA. And it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 0.4 for the opacity. All right, and as you can see, we got that little black thing. So that's what we want to show whenever the modal is open, plus the modal on top of that. So now we're actually styling the modal here. So we're gonna do a modal content, and we're gonna do a background color of FEFE, and we're gonna do a margin of 25 VH, and then we're gonna do auto. So that should like kind of center it a little bit. I think that's a really good way to. Wait, why did it look like that? Oh, okay, that makes sense. We gotta add a max width of 600 pixels because we don't want it that big. There we go. It was a little weird for a second. I'm like, we're gonna add a border radius of let's do like 10 pixels, and we're gonna do a text align center. And we're also going to add a padding of 50 pixels top and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. All right, and I believe that is everything for that. There we go. The overflow auto, maybe we don't want that. Okay, maybe we do want that. All right. I don't know why it's all the way down there. I think I know why, because we still have to style this up a bit. This shouldn't be that big anyway, right? So let's grab the modal icon, and we're just going to do a text align left, so that actually text align right, sorry. The X can just go right here on the right side. And now let's grab that modal image so the modal can get a little bit smaller and I can stop freaking out. We're gonna do a width of 100 pixels and then a margin of auto. All right, as you can see, it's off, but now we just got to do a modal image, and we're just going to grab the image itself and just do a width of 100%. So as you can see, now it is perfect. All right, and now we can actually take off this overflow auto. All right. There's a modal image. All right, now let's grab the close. I'm gonna do a color of, let's do AA, not AAA, yeah. Color gray. And we're also gonna do a font size of 28 pixels. Make it a little bit bigger. And a font weight of bold. Alright, perfect. Alright, so that's the close. And we can also add like a little hover effect to it. So let's do a dot close, hover, and we just want the color to be like maybe like dark gray. So whenever you hover, show that you're about to close. And we can also do a cursor pointer as well. All right, nice. All right, nice. All right, so let's grab the stuff inside of our modal now. So we're gonna grab the modal form. And we're just gonna grab the P first, paragraph. We're gonna do a font size of 1.2 rem. We're gonna do a font weight of bold. Oh my god, dude. Font weight of bold. I'm using this keyboard, I don't like it. A text transform of uppercase. A color of 373737. And we're gonna do a margin bottom of 10 pixels. Nice. All right. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, wait, P. All right. Modal form. All right. So let's grab the mobile form input now. We're gonna do modal form and grab the input. And this takes a bunch of stuff. We're gonna do a display of inline block. We're gonna do a margin bottom of 20 pixels. We're gonna do a width of 100%. Do a height of 59 pixels. Do a padding of 0 pixels. Let's just do 0 top and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. And then we also gonna have a border. And we're gonna do 1 pixel solid. And it's gonna do like a light gray, so BE, like that. And we're also gonna have a background color of just F9. So it's not white, but it's a little cream color. And do a border radius of 10 pixels. And we're gonna have a color for our text. It's gonna be 4545. All right. And then a font size of 17 pixels. So let's take a look. And there we go. That looks nice. All right, so let's grab the form button now. Modal form button. And this is gonna have the same background as our overlay. So let's just go over here and just copy this here and just paste it down here for our background. You can see it changed it. Nice. All And we're gonna have a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom and 30 pixels left and right. And we're gonna have a border of none. And a border radius of 10 pixels. Actually, let's do 30 pixels. And color FE, and our famous text shadow. Let me scroll up a bit. I know it's somewhere up here, and just paste that down here right quick, and there we go. I think that looks nice. Let's see, P input, trying to make sure I did all this right. Icons, modal. Alright, so for the modal info, we actually just want to do a margin bottom of 20 pixels. There we go. Now it looks better. Alright, so that's it. As you can see, it's still here, but we don't want it here. So let's head up to our modal itself, and we're just going to do a display of none. So to get rid of it, and now once we click on this button, where is the button container? Do a cursor pointer. Is that it? Put a cursor pointer inside there. There we go. So now once we click on this button, we want the modal to pop up, and that takes JavaScript. So let's head over and do that. All right, so right underneath all of the JavaScript that we wrote for our timer, this way we're going to write our modal JavaScript. I already grabbed the elements. Grabbed the modal with get element by ID, the button, which is this subscribe button right there, and also grab the span, which is that X inside of the little X icon inside of our modal. And I use get element by class name for that one. So to make this work, really simple, we're just gonna add an on click to the button. So we're gonna do on click. If I can spell it right. And it's gonna be arrow function. And we're just gonna do a modal.style.display. And this is going to equal to block. So with that, once we click, it should open up the modal, but there's no way to close it. So now we're just gonna add it on click to that X there, and that's the span right there. So we're just gonna do a span dot on click, and we're gonna do a modal dot style dot display, and this is going to equal to none. So open, close. Oh, that didn't work. And I think I know why. So to grab the span, we actually got to do a index of 0 like that. Let's see if that works. There we go. Open, close, open, and close. All right. So once we open the modal, we want the option to close outside of the modal. So as you can see, once I click on the outside, it's remaining open. So to do that, another simple line of code, we're just going to do a window.onClick, and this is also going to be an arrow function, and this is also going to take a vent, so you can just do like an E in there. I can just write out a vent if you want. So I'm going to do if e.target. So if that triple equals to modal, we just want to do a modal dot style dot display, and it's just going to equal to none, like that. We're going to open and click on the outside, but if we click on this, it remains open, and I want to see if you guys can guess why. So As you can see, we're grabbing a modal here with get element by ID, my modal. If you head over to the index.html, my modal is the outside of the actual modal itself. So the modal itself is inside of this modal content. So all of this is protected from that on click, and we're only adding that on click on this modal here. It's outer div. So once you open it, closes, open, closes. Nice. All right, so that is done. I believe we're all done with JavaScript. We can actually close out of this, and now we just gotta do the bottom part of this. So head over to index and go ahead and underneath the subscribe button. So we don't even need this ID there. 1, 2, 3. So 3 divs down. All right, I'm gonna do another div, and this is going to have a class of bottom hero. Bottom hero, and in here we're gonna have a P, and it's just gonna say copyright. I'm actually just gonna copy this over because you need to get that copyright symbol. Just go to Google and type it in, copyright symbol. I believe there's a HTML entity you can type in for that. But copyright 2023 Wavero Media, design by my name. Make sure you put my name, okay? I designed this. I'm joking, you can put your name. We're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class of icons container. And here we're gonna have another div. Class is going to be icon. And in here, we're gonna have our image, and the source is going to be our icon. So go to assets. You can do dribble first if you want, and change the alt to dribble. And what we can do is actually just copy this icon div and paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. All right, and just change up the image inside. So we got dribble, we got Facebook, we got LinkedIn, what else we got? Instagram, and last but not least, did we do Twitter? Twitter. Oh, Pinterest. I think I got too many. Pinterest. If I spelled that right. As you can see, all our logos are there, but they're huge. So let's head over to the CSS and style this up a bit. So I believe we're actually done with the HTML. We can close out of this. And let me go ahead and open up the CSS for this. Underneath all of this, we're gonna have a bottom hero. Grab P. And we do a text align center. A margin bottom of 10 pixels. A color of FE, and our text shadow, which is somewhere. I just used it. Where is it? There we go. Copy and paste. All right, so that's the paragraph element. I mean, that's the paragraph. So it's this there. So now let's do our icons. So let's grab the icons container, and we're going to do a display of flex. So y'all should be side by side now. And we do a justify content of center. And we can do a line item center. And we also do a gap of 10 pixels. All right, they're still pretty huge, but they nice and lined up. And now let's grab the icon itself. So the icon, and we're gonna do a width of 30 pixels, a background color of white or FE, little cream color. And we're also gonna do a display of flex and a line item center, a justify content of center, and a padding of 6 pixels, and a border radius of 100%. Alright, so you can see they're still pretty huge even though we did a width of 30 pixels. So this is where the magic is about to happen. I'm gonna do an icon image, and all you gotta do is do a width of 100%. And no, what happened? I talked all that crap. Okay, I forgot the dot. There we go. As you can see, they got smaller. Nice. All right, so we are going to need a media query. So if you go to inspect, as you can see, all of that's is just coming off the screen and it's just not really looking good at all. So little media query. So we're gonna do add media, only screen, and yeah, I still do the old media query. This is the way I was taught in my boot camp. I know that there's like some complex ways and easier ways you can do this. I still have to learn that stuff. So we do a hero section. So we grab the hero section, and we're just gonna do a height of fit content. Right. So with that, as you can see, now once we scroll, it doesn't go past, like it fits the content. So let me just show you guys right quick. Let's take that off, and as you can see, the content is going underneath the it's overlapping like the actual hero section itself. Is just going outside of the box. But with this one line of code, oh my god, not that, it fits the content no matter what. All right, so that's that. And now we want to grab our countdown itself, and we're just going to do a grid template columns, and instead of 4 rows, we want it to repeat 2. There's gonna be 2 rows, and we're still gonna keep the same min max. I'm gonna do 0, 1 FR, like that. So you can see now it is nice. Our title there doesn't look great. Let's see, hold on. Responsive. Let's see what's happening there. Right there. I gotta fix that. I say we just go up here to our logo. Container, logo text. And we could just do a font. We could bring down a font size a little bit to, let's see. Let's do 1 rem. See what that gets us. That's way too small. 1.2 rem. Like 1.5 rem. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, so just change the, yeah, it looks better anyway. All right, so that's really it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Hopefully I wasn't too long just gotta edit the video and see how long it's been. But yeah, I try to explain it the best I can. I know I suck at explaining things. I saw a comment not too long ago saying, you know, it's kind of like I don't know this stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know it well. I'm still learning a lot. I started learning code, I want to say 8 months ago or 9 months ago, and I've been going hard. A lot of the new people don't know that I had a whole streak going on YouTube, 190 days straight of me getting on here recording my journey every single day, and I went 190 days straight working on projects. I really put in the time, man. It's crazy. So yeah, I still have a bunch to learn, and I just figured, you know, I'll do little tutorials like this one and like my full stack projects, because I'm not gonna lie, doing those teach me a bunch of stuff. Like for example, before this project I never made a digital clock, and there we go, I got me a timer. I know how to do it now. Yeah, so that's really it for this video. Thank you guys for watching, and I appreciate all the support that I'm getting. I will see you guys next video. Peace.